Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は282日目です。It is day 282日目です。It is day 282. Lesson day. Lesson day, lesson day. So this will be the day that I take a leap day on the Inktober stuff. Although tomorrow seems pretty stacked too. Okay. We're hitting some big stacks 2 days in a row, and then a fall off. This is 1, 2. Today's Tuesday. Yes. 1, 2. This will carry into third. Oh, things are piling up. Got some rest yesterday, a little bit more than the previous 2 days. Gotta keep vigilant. Things are kind of falling off a bit. Okay. Let's go over some of the stuff. Got plenty of things to go over from yesterday. Let's see. Uh, he... Higaisha, right? Higaisha. Was it a... Yeah. And... It'll work. Fine. Victim? And needs to warm up. There's also... Ke... Experienced person? Ke Kensha. Right? Ke Kensha. Ken. That doesn't... That's not right. Something like that. Everything is a little bit tilted. Fine. Experienced person. Then we have... Tashikameru. Right. Tashikameru. It's kind of horizontal distance. Send help. Make sure. Gikai. Or Kikai. Kikai. Or Jikai. Kikai. Kikai. Opportunity. Shitomeru. 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 Dang it. That's fine. There's also Mitomeru. Mitomeru is... recognize or acknowledge. What is Omeru? I feel like it's... Oh, I'm missing something as well. Hinansuru. Hinansuru. I forgot the top. Is that flower? Don't remember. No. I'm gonna say... That doesn't look right either. Oh, it's a bucket. Oh, that could definitely be better. To criticize. Stomeru. Stomeru. It's gone. Serve that. Ugh. Task. Oh. Spear. Winter. Heck. Why is Task being a butt? That's kind of a weak character. I keep thinking it's a sword, but when I imagine it, it doesn't look correct. Shitomeru. Those are the many actually. There were quite a few weak ones yesterday. I've come to some reasonable way of implementing like an extra layer of mnemonics on top. Or in that as I planned it out. And let's get into our review. So what the heck is that? What the heck? It's a railway, alright. Oh. I think I might have typed Tatsu instead of Tetsu.
Shitetsu.
Tetsu. Private railway. Dang.
Shūchū.
YouTube. What? Gather middle? Ew. How do you gather, concentrate? Okay. What? That not... Oh, I'm typing. Whoops.
大規模
People. I keep typing ba instead of bo for that.
Yukata. 巻き寿司
Makizushi. Okay. Oh, wait. Oops. Wait.
悪影響
Uekyo.
手渡す
That's
属する
属する. Hmm. Or hmm.
心配
Simpai. Okay. Heck. Man, that's the best I got. Yeah, that was. Oh no, wait. What? Definitely like a paved road, right? Oh no, not a paved road. A dirt road. So the only other one would be
路地
Rosie. Sure, this is like a dirt road. Okay. Oh.
軽い
Pretty. Heck. What? Really?
従える
Oh, I had a typo. 頑張れ
再来月
再来月.
お手拭き
If
抜ける
it is. This is the call out. Okay. Like in a stray.
Koukatekii.
効果的.
印
Sushi. This might be humble.
統一
No. Oh, it could just be that though. Oh. So let's practice the new routine, right? But what do I see? I see the moon, our gladiator. I see Shoal. Chi. Find them. Oh, it's just ka. Like katsu. Kachi.
勝ち
Kachi. Probably the you already know this meaning. Yes, complacent. All right. So I'll just stare at this for a moment and just combine what is necessary to get it. Make sure. Okay. Gladiator used his power to win the cheese and car. Ah. Okay. The heck?
進化
Inca. Dang it. I told Shinka twice. But Hmm. Come back to that. Oops.
手がかり
Hang on, buddy.
Senro
Sendo. Like a direct line. Press line? Sendo. What's another way for sendo? I mean, it's a line. Like a train line, probably. Or train railway. Just a railway. Alright, all of them are very much the same things. Yes. Okay.
Nogyo
Tokyo.
抜き出す
That's Hmm.
費やす
答える
Potato.
顔
Heck. Gone. Hmm.
創立
創立 Oops. Okay.
"着替え
I
鉄人
鉄人 Ooh.
病
Yo.
年配
Senpai.
日本酒
日本酒 Heck. What? Oh. Onyomi. What the onyo mean? Probably not. Probably not hot. uh. Oh.
.小規模 漢字
分解
Right. Yellow? Okay. Hmm. I'll write something for this too. So I see. That's
集める
alright. Oh, it has an expression in it. Most prominent thing is turkey, right? So tree can be used as wood. I need to gather to collect wood to smoke the turkey. Make sure the fire is atsui. Oh, they're like fire is atsui. Smoke the turkey. Cook and meru off others. WYD. What am I doing? We are doing our Japanese lessons for today, or our reviews and lessons today. The first thing I do most of the days of 2025. What are you doing today? What are you up to? Dance. That. Indomie noodles? Original? What are we talking about? The goreng flavor, I imagine? Let's see. Advance, maybe it um ugh. Oh, it's not tsutsu, it's suzu, or
進める
oh, what's a less ambiguous answer? I don't know, to advance something that's a little bit less ambiguous. Oh, fancy chicken flavor. Oh, okay. Okay. What do you do with the Indomie noodles? Any extras? How are you sprucing it up? All right. So this is keen, right? Oh, it's sheen. Oops, sheen. All right. So I'm supposed to see turkey and scooter. I can do meru. Advance. Advance is fine. Got on his scooter. And make sure both Sues got their turkey meru. Ugh. Mayo and hot sauce mixed with a little pasta water and the flavors in the back. Okay, then just mix in the noodles. Simple. You ran out of any canned meat, but that would be there if you had some. Ah, okay, okay. What time of day is it for you right now? 8 p.m.? I'm taking a wild jab. There are some reasons for me to believe that almost 7. Oh, you're 1 hour. You're 1 hour before me. Okay, I was thinking you're either EST or somewhere within a 2-hour time zone. Given what we talked about and what you're eating at the moment. Apartment club. What was my last meal? My last meal It was yesterday. After the stream. Sometimes I kind of have a snack before stream, but I typically eat once a day. My meal is after stream today.
電鉄
Tetsu. Okay.
進む
Same deal. This time intransitive.
激励
Kire. Okay, kire. It was yummy. Oh, you consumed it. Oh, right. Right. Okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't know if you've already made. So, how often you're asking if it was yummy? Oh, and was it yummy? Oh, okay. I mean, last dinner. Last dinner was pretty standard. 2 servings of romaine lettuce, blanched, some garlic, 2 eggs, 2 eggs over easy, 2 servings of white rice, and 2 fillets of fish. That's actually kind of most of the dinners. Actually, most of the dinners involve 2 eggs over easy and rice, and then 2 servings of greens of some sort. Also, I don't actually have to make it. My father likes to prepare dinners. I'm not the one to prepare dinners. We kind of eat from maintenance unless we're going out. Like, if parents want to go out. I don't typically go out too often. But the family doesn't go out too often. And then maybe like 20 or 30 minutes later ish, a protein shake. And that'll be about the day. I wait for the meal to settle before I drink a protein shake. Usually a low sugar protein shake. Koichi. Koichi insho.
第一印象
Do you live alone? It's been a while since I've lived alone. I've gone through phases.
見抜く
Inuku. Good. You live with your aunt? Aw, auntie leg. Because she's near school. I see. Oh, which, by the way, we talked about being prepared for some comments, right? Oh yeah. Hold up. You weren't kidding when you said, hey, hang on. We got plenty of time, right? Today. Well, not that much time, but yeah, you weren't kidding when you said you'd done artwork your entire life. Let's do some lightning round. I have some burning questions. First question. Books. how do you choose the books? Do they solicit you, or do you pick up projects based on your own interest? Like, how does your process work for those book covers? I see that you did a lot of book covers, right? Am I right? Your those were book covers, right? Oh, I looked at the wrong account. Oh, did I? Oh, maybe I looked at the wrong account. You gave me the name in Whisper, right? And I looked up that name. Hold up. Perhaps they look like book covers? Hold up. Oh no. I didn't consider the idea that there were more than one person. Oh no. Hold up. Oh. Wait. Oh, I looked at the wrong person. Oh, now I have even more burning questions. Oh my. Okay, I did look at the wrong person. Now I have even more questions. Wow, holy heck. All right, you're gonna have to give me a different day. I was looking at someone named Ledger, which happens to be the first hit based on that name, actually. Oh no, it's not. It was a different one. Yeah, Ledger Art. I was looking at Ledger Art. Yeah. That person is interesting. There's a really big coincidence. I had a lot of things about that too. Oh, okay. You're gonna have to give me a moment to digest this. Alright, you're gonna have to give me another evening. But sorry, I saw your little cat tube thing. The feline burst thing. That's pretty funny. Okay. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Really go with the surrealism. Is this what you imagine a lot of times? So I was trying to follow together, so oh, interesting. Yeah, you're gonna have to give me time to digest this. This is a lot more, I'm gonna have to say a lot more interesting. But like, there's a lot to take in. Yeah, this is quite a lot. I wonder how this is gonna get into marketing. Yeah, it's very avant-garde. Do you post regularly? Okay, can you you don't? Okay. Can you tell me something? I don't use Instagram. So there's been recently, there's 3 people who done Instagram. And or like just recently used Instagram. Can you tell me how things are dated? Like when I click on a post on Instagram, right? Is that date on the bottom under likes the date it was originally posted? Because I understand there's a date on the top where it says it was last edited by like the person who posted it. But is the little tiny date under likes, is that the original post date? Like, and on a person's Instagram page, is it always the most recent to the lowest? You believe the bottom is the original. Okay. Yeah, I am a very... Okay, and then when it has no year, it just means it's the current year, right? It's always chronological. Okay. All right. Because dates really mean a lot to me, because I want to know the state of mind and like how current things are, because as I mentioned along the last time we talked, it's really about the context of the person's like time, like because we lived in different times across our lives. Man, you have some weird ones, which is pretty cool. For like, hear me out, like when I was looking at the other guy's person, like ledger art, that person screamed to me like they've been in marketing for a very long time. By coincidence, they've been in marketing, like a type of art for marketing purposes for a long time. So it was a very huge coincidence that you and this person, the Instagrams hit and ordered in a specific way. Yeah, he's a professional artist at the core. Yeah. So that doesn't, or ledger art is a professional artist at a core, but you don't know what that person don't post, basically. So that is a business channel, right? Some people pronounce ledger, light ledger. Yeah, basically. So but this isn't, it's not because of that. It's because the hit results are organized in a different way. Like yesterday someone gave me they're working on a family cartoon, and I had to put in the 5 Z's because there were many of them. Like, so all the top hits are off the same name, but in order for that person's Instagram to show up, I had to put in 5 Z's after. So this is, I've talked about this before, how like algorithms and search engines can be they can be biased in the sense of using numbers, right? Metrics. So this would be one of those situations again. Like, I have a lot of questions, but we're gonna wait till next time to talk about it, because you have so much expression in the stuff you draw. Obviously the other person, it's their business channel, so their stuff has very coherent and deliberate intention behind them. But I figured if you're interested in marketing, at some point that's kind of where it goes. You balance the professionalism and your own social liberties, right? This is pretty unhinged, but I do I do pick up some of the things. Sorry, I'm looking at your one with Mune and the priests. Yeah, I have. You think you could also seek out WoW companies that are okay with a brave style? You can. Like okay to get strange at? You probably can. When you find them, right? They would be indie companies, right? They would definitely be. You definitely have an indie look to things. Perhaps a company that really enjoys Giger or Geiger stuff, because I personally think this stuff really vibes with that. Or someone that a company that's really into perhaps body horror stuff or cosmic horror stuff. Just wonky things. Some of these pieces kind of reminds me of the very early Games Workshop, Unhinged Games Workshop artists. Those individuals who did things for 40k. That's a personal share. I have friends who are into 40k. Like, specifically into 40k. So pretty much like the early days of 40k and whatnot. You know, very reminiscent. Interesting. Well, burning questions aside, tabletop or video game? Tabletop. They're more into 40k, not for the tabletop, but for the art aspect. They've been making miniatures and sculpting miniatures, custom conversions and whatnot for pretty much as long as I remembered. Maybe 20 to 30 plus years of experience. At this point, they I keep saying they, and I don't mean that as a pronoun situation. I mean, they're 3 brothers. They're triplets. So they, as in literally they. The one writes a magazine for the craft, the hobby. The other, like all 3 of them do some extent of contributing to this hobby of theirs. They pursue it as long as I recall. And I would actually call them semi-professional. But they aren't. The reason why I say they're semi-professional is because they have day jobs. All 3 of them are scientists. All 3 of them were my best friends. And we were all colleagues together. And then we kind of went off our own way in graduate school. So all 4 of us are postdoctoral people. And they all work in science. Still. Science and science adjacent things. But they keep up with that hobby. I kind of read their articles when they release. Yeah, man. Now I have like a really about face. But I do imagine an artist to be like that though. The ledger art, that's how I imagine an artist who balances between the liberties of creativity. Obviously, now that I understand what your side of your creativity is, like what your trait-oriented interest is, this person, if you look at that person's art, for example, it is incredibly vibrantly like varied in art style and stuff. So despite it having the air of their clients suggestions, so that person is much more of a freelancer than maybe you're looking for, where you're looking for a specific company who allows you the liberty of creating personal arts and whatnot. I've often thought to myself that when it comes to art, it's about the client, not myself. That makes me more creative. Like an integration. Your account is meant to be professional in the sense that you're an artist who makes fine art equals one-off piece of art, not for commercial use. That's fair. So then you're going into education about marketing. It's kind of a tough conflict. There's some very inherent conflicts of interest between fine art and marketing. I can understand fine art and a different type of degree, but marketing would be a conflict of interest, right? Unless you find that your client is that challenges you is the sort of creation. So for myself, like if I were to contrast, this is where you and I are as far apart as humanly possible while still trying to create empathy about what we said last time about maturity and youth. my youth comes from the ability to problem solve, and that deals with the creative process. So in a way, I enjoy marketing and professionalism of that nature. I don't actually believe that um, unhinged free liberties ultimately challenges one's creativity than doing both. So things like requiring a task, that task imbues a lot of restriction. How do you liberate yourself and elevate those restrictions, which is what we were talking about when it comes to aging and maturity and immaturity. So, and it'll be interesting to see what type of balance you end up striking between your pursuit of marketing and ultimately your liberties and creativities of fine arts, right? The fine arts. Yeah. I can tell you what you have now really does play well to books, especially very specific books. That's why I made the consensus like, oh yeah, what you're saying kind of matches with that guy, because book covers are a fantastic way of marketing due to the resurgence of books. And many of those books have very avant-garde and abstract artwork on them. In your head, they are separate, like the day job and the art. One can approach life that way, I think. To me, that's very idealistic. And separating things certainly will remove the conflict of interest. However, living double lives isn't necessarily something I relate to. I don't empathize with that at all. My job is also my life. Most of the things are integrated together. So when they're synthesized together, it's as though most things are positive. So I don't tend to separate things. That's not to say that what other people do. Like, other people can do that pretty well, and you may be very much one of them. Like, my hobby is part of mine. You would love to both illustrate and make your own picture-based books? Interesting. That's a privilege not easy to achieve. What is a privilege that's not able to achieve? The thing that you're seeking or the thing that I'm seeking? I think the thing you're seeking is a privilege that's not easy to achieve. The thing that I described is ultimately what makes professionalism possible, especially consistent professionalism. You find the core things that you compromise, that you spend, that's the core of you, to imbue into the quality of the things you must do professionally. To do what you love as a job is a great idea, but that's not what I said. I think, in my opinion, if I want to be direct, you think that's what I said, and therefore you don't believe it to be true. What you want is a privilege. Basically, you never have to learn to like things you don't want to do. And you want to compartmentalize them so that you can manage that every single day of your life. So there will be parts you don't want to do, there will be parts you do want to do. I think, to me, that's a privilege that you can have. When you have to do things, you have to learn how to problem solve them, and you bring some of your core into them. That's, to me, is far more manageable. So you bring joy to your work, and you bring some of your work to your safe space. The idea is you find balance between them. So if you think that's a privilege, I think you and I have very different philosophies on which is more manageable. It's a very, very startling privilege to not have your work encroach upon your personal life, and then your personal life not be part of your work. Like, that's being not human to me. It's being robotic. You talk about art in your interview a lot? Okay, that's fair. I mean, I hope you manage. I don't know what it's like. It's like kind of what I mean by content creation, where when a content creator, you know, after 3 or 4 years, they say, hey guys, we have to have this talk. While I'm on screen, I do all these things. But when I'm off screen, I'm a mess. Those are the people that I tend to associate with the idea of spending a lot of their time compartmentalizing most of their life. I love my work because I learn to love it. I learn to love things that I'm not working on. So I brought that into the work that I love. So it became one and the same. It wasn't born out of hoping for the ideal situation in which you love to work. That's coincidence. That's happenstance. It's very different. Have I worked in retail before? I have. Have you worked in food services before, Leg? Because I have as well. 5 years? Have you worked in food services? Here, I'll also give you, I mean, like, because you're relatively younger than me, it could be for 5 years. Oh, food services? Well, then there you go. I've learned to do my best in food services. Have you volunteered at a soup kitchen before? Have you done outreach? Like, if you want to make this a competition, the only way I can tell you is that I still don't compartmentalize between my different experiences. I try my best because a part of me is in what I do. You can choose to separate them, then you can have work that is unfeeling, and then personal work that's very filled with feeling. And then you get to choose when to share them, I suppose. That's certainly your prerogative, right? You enjoy elements of your job, but overall you clock out and then went to people who I truly love. Yeah. So that is the aspect that you and I will most definitely be more so colleagues, because I invest in everything I do. I don't do second place. So if I have to go to work and I really hate it, I learn to truly love it by bringing everything I've got into the work. And to me, that's what being a professional is. Not that you have to believe what a professional is. I'm explaining what my definition of a professional is. So when someone comes at me and says, this is my professional work, but I usually leave out most of the stuff that I am truly passionate about because my professional work is not the same, then I'm not professionally interested in you. I don't do or hire or like individuals who compartmentalize things, because when they compartmentalize things, it means they're not all there. That's my personal take, obviously. But we can always appreciate our own lifestyles and our values that we choose to do. It does check out with what we were talking about with maturity and immaturity, right? Some of us may mature early, and because of that maturity early, there is less exploration of empathy and compassion. The things you're talking about, in my opinion, is exactly why I think talking to younger people nowadays on the internet is very interesting to me, because I don't share most of those types of balances. They attempt to juggle their life and partition their life to goods and bads, wants and don't wants. I don't see the difference in that one's life has to be compartmentalized like that. I tried when I was younger. It didn't work for me personally. So anecdotally, there was some similar strokes early on there are very vastly different strokes now. And different strokes is like saying agreeing to disagree, which is, again, one of those statements that are used by someone who chooses not to be compassionate or empathetic, right? So it's very hard to empathize with that type of statement. I suppose we have an impasse is what typically happens. Not on my part, in my opinion, because I truly do spend most of my time trying to empathize with the person. You don't think you have the mental energy or stability to not compartmentalize your work with all of its destructive people. You're choosing, in my opinion, and this is a very harsh reality, you're choosing to think that, and you chose to believe that it is the destructive people, but you have yet to realize that there are even people who are not destructive, who are supportive. But you don't encounter supportive people if you make the assumption that is always destructive, traumatic, and based on like your probably past traumatic experiences. If someone betrayed you, your own projection is that everyone is there to betray you. But hear me out. The person who betrays people the most are people who are self-centered. And when they are self-centered, they attract and work for self-centered people. The way to communicate and associate more people of compassion is to be compassionate yourself. Unconditionally, to the point even bad actors do not hold sway over you. But if you choose to be egotistical and narcissistic, then you are more inclined to be surrounded by narcissistic and self-controlled people. And that is an environment that you must be comfortable with. So if you are truly happy in understanding that you spend most of your time guarding against cynical and destructive people that you see, then that is definitely a working solution, right? You build yourself up around the environment that you see yourself being consistently in. However, when you talk to someone else who has a different prerogative, right, or a principle, I can assure you that the vast majority of people around me are supportive as opposed to destructive. Yes, there were destructive people in my life. They paled in comparison to the number of supportive people. You don't think that would be too far of an assumption, not knowing your past? You're making too far of an assumption in many ways. It doesn't have to be that I have to be correct about these things. And I'm not talking about you very specifically. I'm talking about patterns that I have observed. So they might not incline. You could keep telling yourself you're incredibly special and you're an exception to the things. I'm not saying I can predict your past or your future. I'm suggesting things that correlate. If you express and act a certain way, you tend to attract that way. And it's not based on the assumption of your past, but the language you're using with all of its destructive people. That's not someone who's illustrated of compassion and loving. That is someone who's self-centered, narcissistic, and believe that world is out to get them. And it's a great rationalization for being a compartmentalizer. That's basic management. That's not basic. If it was basic, you would have the energy to do so. Like, if you choose to trivialize what I say, then that is probably one of the very reasons you don't have the mental energy to do so. It is not basic if you don't have the mental energy or stability to do so. It is very complicated. I mean, you were abused by people at work? Welcome to the club. And there was light and dark? Well, there's usually light and dark in most things. The light does shine through, not in your language. The language you use does not shine through. It does not communicate to me that you actually believe that. You learned about that in your first management class? I hope management class changes your outlook or like affects your outlook in a positive way. But I feel like oftentimes when you say things, it's often incredibly defensive. So it comes from a place of abuse, trauma, probably individuals that, you know, in your brief life so far, there are more bads than goods. And I totally get that. And I don't necessarily think it may change in the future because I don't know what your environment is. Your environment could legitimately be stacked against you in terms of toxicity or some things. But there are things you also control based on how you express and project them. And yes, if it's more than 50% dark, it will still appear dark. The difference is, are you concentrating on how much darkness there is or how much lightness there is? Light could represent 5% of the darkness. You know, like 95% of it could be dark. But if you're aiming to have that 5% become 6%, that has nothing to do, that has very little that has a different transformative effect than saying the darkness is 95% and now it is 94%. You're not able to handle abuse like me, and that don't diminish your value. That doesn't diminish your value. I don't think, like, much like that, what you're trying to insist, I will echo what you say. You don't know my past. So it's very difficult to know that either. I can assure you, though, those who handle abuse were also abused. Those who are able to build tolerance for abuse and manage abuse are those who are likely more experience extensive abuse in their life. Now, abuse is a very general term, and it can be experienced in many different ways. Self-harm is a form of abuse. So, compartmentalization can be abusive to oneself as well. The question is, are you net positive, or you're looking for positive things, or you're choosing to project negativity? Because to me, when someone projects negativity, it means I distance myself from them. You say you're empathetic, but you don't legitimize your struggles. You think if you hear someone speaking like you should recognize something that shouldn't be poked further. You say, you think I say that I'm empathetic? I'm not empathizing with you right now. I'm trying to be, but I don't. I literally said that. I literally said that like 10 minutes ago. That because of the way you recently spoke, I don't empathize with you. We are at odds. It's an impasse. Those are the words I used. I have no... Just because I'm trying to empathize, the empathy is a two-way streak. If you want to blame me for all your problems, that's perfectly fine. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm not trying to empathize. Empathy goes both ways. One must receive and give at the same time. Like, I don't legitimize your struggle because you're choosing not to listen to anything I'm saying. I think if you hear someone speaking like you should recognize something that shouldn't be poked further. Feel free. It's go for it. You can. I won't poke further because empathy requires poking further. So if you choose not to, that's fine. Perhaps it isn't time for you to go utter Zen mode. I can grow up a little bit more. You simply said different strokes because I don't want you to live like you. You don't have to live like me to listen to what I have to say. But you can continue to be dismissive and say that I'm not listening to you in order to compartmentalize yourself. That's fine. Like, it is your prerogative. I like to tell you what I see and what I hear from you. And then you can take it for face value, right? And then if you want to, like, I will have to accept that you hear me. That's all I can say. I can tell you that I don't think you empathize with me, and I don't empathize with you. It both has to happen at the same time. Empathy is two ways. I don't get to choose whether you care about what I say. It's up to you to decide if you care. And you don't diminish what you say by saying I don't want to live like that. You actually said you don't want to live like you, not that. So I think you want to live like me, and I'm not saying you should live like me. The observation that I have about people who want to live like you, as in the thing that you're describing, are the things I'm describing right now. People who compartmentalize are also tend to be surrounded by people who compartmentalize. So when you go to work, for example, not you, some hypothetical person, and you're wondering, I want an environment that when people go to work, they compartmentalize their work, right? So when you find that company, I hope that those people will have the same prerogative and priorities as you do. Now, what comes with the same priorities? Well, when you go to work, people don't care about each other because they don't bring their empathy to work. They compartmentalize. It's business. Like when you go to a company, like a CEO of a big corporation, people treat that work with a lack of empathy. It's about getting things done. Pragmatism. Not about loyalty. It's about numbers. And those are the things that keep it manageable. When you go home, that's when you reveal yourself, when you express yourself. Right? So that's perfectly fine. Like, I don't work in that environment, unfortunately. So we've personally, the two of us, have reached an impasse on that. If I go to work, I bring cookies. I ask people how their day were. I want to socialize with them, right? They are my teammates. If they are down, the weakest of us are the weakest of the group. So in my environment, I would look for a company that hopefully, or a business that operates like that. And you asked me if I worked in retail. Like if I work in retail or food, and I said, do you work in food services, right? The example I was gonna tell you is I didn't work at McDonald's. I didn't work at like a conglomerate. I worked at mom and pop shops and family owned places. Like I worked at a bowling alley that was owned by a family. So those people cry, people share their frustration. It's kind of unprofessional at times, but it helps with the communication and bringing each other together. So yeah, baggage does come to work. And then work might end up going home, which is where my parents, how they operate their restaurants. My parents had stress at home about the business that they run. So that's the contrast. Like, that is what my work environment is. Of course we had different lives. That was the whole point. Of course. I agree. Different lives. Different lives mean tough times to empathize, right? You think you were too empathetic? Does that impasse mean we can't communicate about anything else? No, we can do objective things. Like the stuff that I'm talking about now, we can talk about objective things, right? One objective thing is that we have different lives. So we share with each other our perspective on our different lives. My perspective on the life of people who compartmentalize is that it's very difficult to do. It is a privilege. Your perspective on my type of style life is that it is difficult and privileged life. So we both have different lives and different perspectives. Those are the things that we can share. Whether we choose to project that we should live a certain way, I didn't say you should live the way I live. I was suggesting to you that some of the realities I see from my perspective, and you may like that, right? You don't have to demonize it. It's interesting to go to work with people who only treat work, as not a projection of their personal life, right? And when we were talking about ledger art, that might very well be a person like that. They do art for the sake of being professional, and then maybe they have a personal channel. The only way you can continue talking about something like this is over a voice call. Unfortunately, we have to keep this professional. I'm sure maybe you will be able to appreciate that, because we can't make that personal. Because there's a limit to how we can communicate. I disagree that there's a limit to how we can communicate. Like, we can switch positions if you want. Like, start a streaming channel and I will type and I will demonstrate how I communicate while typing. You can there's a limit. There's a difference as well. Text can communicate a different way than speaking. I think you want to get on my level. You want to communicate in a way that makes the things the same, which I can understand. But I don't think that limit is also a boon. There are pros and cons to texting. For example, like, you can link your expressive things to me where I can't produce them on the screen with my voice. But to be on equal footing, that makes sense, right? The one thing you have had many misconceptions about what I was meaning, and I can't keep up with them all. Well, then start with one. Start with one of them. I think you have many misconceptions about what I have too, but we can start with one. Go for it. Will I listen? Well, you have to start typing first. And I will continue with my lesson while you type that stuff up. I think that type of question, I'll respond to how you phrase that question sometime down the line. Let's see, hinder. Irritate. Nothing to do with irritate. We're gonna skip that. Too many conflicting thoughts. Give. Gotta be something about tacos. Oh,
与える
ataeru. Um,
改造
Kaizo. Remodel. Oh, atemae.
建前
Atemae. Something makes me feel like it's just oh,
落ちる
you do. Okay. Hmm. Intransitive. Yeah, to fall down intransitive.
かかる
Akaru. Is this the? Yeah, pretty hung.
西口
Hmm.
客観的
客観的 perspective.
病気
Yoki. What? That can't be populated. I guess it would literally take pages to go back through and explain everything we discuss. Start with page 1. And you don't want to spend the time doing that? That's disappointing. Just be aware that text must be viewed literally only. I disagree. But it may be definition. It by definition cannot portray the true and verifiable emotions or intent behind it. Speech does not either, and voice calls do not either. Form of expressions from people to people are indefinitely cannot be capture or portray the entirety of emotions. However, there are different mediums in which we can communicate, and it's not about limits, focusing on limits, but how you can advantageously take advantage of them. And texting is slower than speaking. I disagree. I prefer to text over speaking. And then sometimes, for a lot of people, they prefer to text at length than speak at length. There are many people who speak less and use many words to express less in speech than in text and writing. Hence, books exist. Artwork and music also exist. Speech is not the predominant way of communication in this day and age, if I do say so myself. And you think I'm a good guy? That's very flattering. I don't think I'm particularly a good guy. I'm more of a realistic person, so it can be filled with bads and goods, especially for someone who defines people as good or bad people a lot of times. And you don't think you mean to downplay your abuse or experience, so I'll just let it go. That's pretty disappointing. So instead of attempting to start and build things up, it's very overwhelming and looking at it as a whole. That's perfect. I will respect what you said, but I do not find that particularly healthy from my perspective. It's a little bit disappointing. Imagine that if you cannot express things, then speaking is something that I cannot reciprocate because of the medium that we chose to communicate in. But maybe perhaps one day when you're streaming and I'm texting, I will make the attempt to speak in text, and you're more than welcome to demonstrate how overwhelmingly incomprehensible and limiting being able to only text is. I disagree with you on pretty much every one of the comments, but we live different lives, as you said, and we are born of different strokes. You do not want to compete with me, but it's not a competition. I know I'm being argumentative now, but in my opinion, it's difficult not to see it as a competition when I want to be encouraging as opposed to being discouraging. We are different people with different skills. So then you choose not to compete, or you choose not to interact with each other. That's, you win, right? You win. I will continue not to try to do anything then, since we're different and have different skills. The only thing I can voice is it's a little bit disappointing. But you don't have to be sad or pity me in any way. I just thought I felt that we could start at step 1 or step 2 as opposed to jumping to step 100 instantly. Different people can learn from each other and become similar in that way. And different people with different skills can acquire different skills from each other. That to me is compassion. But I will respect your space and allow you to keep those things to yourself, because this is a public space. So much like a public space, it's also the reason why we're not gonna join in a voice call or something. Largely because probably something that you want to keep to yourself, and I don't want to poke any further, right? Being told that I'm getting too personal about this, but I might have turned something from level 10 to 1,000 all of a sudden. So we're just gonna attempt to reel it back to professionalism and the unadulterated objective professionalism. That's what I can say about it. Please don't tell me to be aware that text must be viewed literally only. I think that is where you and I have reached an impasse. Yes, businessman. We'll keep it strictly objectively business oriented. Indeed. Enough said.
取り替える
Wanikaru. You can alter that if you like. You cannot type in Twitch chat to the level that you speak to others. So you choose not to? I can't help you with that. So your choice is your choice. Harumaki.
春巻き
Okay. What does this even mean? I think it still means center. Oh no. Okay. I have one piece of rhetoric that I can offer as a asymmetry delivery. When things are different, trying to compare them as an excuse to not do it is a little conflicting to me, right? If they're comparable in level, then they aren't different. They are similar is the way they can be compared. So when we have different skills, those skills have different levels, and trying to compare them will ultimately make them very difficult to compare since they are different. So speaking and writing are two different skills. So it's precarious what might go through the minds of someone trying to achieve a level that's unachievable because the skills are intrinsically different. Or maybe they're not, and then that's why they're comparable. This is neither me expressing whether I think they're different or not. I may be able to share my opinions at a later time. I don't know what this means. Leaders and yeah, I'll go along after. Eastern mysticism? That's kind of cryptic. I'm not entirely sure what is considered Eastern mysticism. Are you talking about like Confucianism and Taoism? Perhaps something I said might be a little bit of Confucianism.
構造
Also, also.
Page 捉える
Why do? Uh,
酒造
so. Okay. Hmm. Yes, this is the onyomi for degree. What is the onyomi for degree? Fourth degree. Come back. I'll come back to that.
病院
Going.
残品
Zamping. Whoops. Typo.
居酒屋
Okay. Whoops.
障子
Shoji.
Yomu
Yomu. Hmm. Heck. Oh, wait. Got two things. Huh. Oh, wait. It's,
今
ah. Yeah. Chikatetsu.
地下鉄
Chikatetsu. Okay.
西ヨーロッパ
Chiyoro. Hmm. Power. That's supposed to be grass, or is that supposed to be biking? Kind of looks like grass. Huh. Skip this. Again.
お任せ
Hmm. It's Hayabaya? What the? Let's go this differently. So. Hmm. That is some fast first. Hmm. Firstly or something, or no, immediately or at once. And it's probably special. Actually, soku. Soku is probably the same. So is not. Like sasoku.
早速
That ones are immediate. Pretty sure this is a special meaning, right? Or a special read. Let's write something for this. Yeah, then soku from Okun. I mean the onyomi. Soku. Yeah, we need something to indicate a silence. Okay. Oh, what do I capture first here? I just think of something really fast, right? Fast. So, please silence that sa right now. Please put a soku on that saw right now. That's a pretty good one. I like it.
隠れる
Did it. Doku. That doesn't. Machiro? No. Doro.
道路
Doro. Okay. Gente hanbai.
限定販売
Gente hanbai. Oops, that's Chinese. Kaotsuki?
顔つき
Kaotsuki. What the attached to face? Hit the face? Where on not really where on the face. Like something brushed against your face. Something like that. Attached to face. Or uh I mean, it could just be an expression. Whatever is attached to your face is the expression you have. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's not building.
Manuke.
Okay. Oops. I missed the T, an idiot. Hmm.
Kyokyu.
So cute. Right. What?
農民
No me. Whoops. I missed the F in farmer. That was a bit off. Huh. Interesting.
Hagemasu.
Imas. Ooh, that was a bit off too. What were they were looking for? Either orders, it's probably with an S.
保証
Oh. Here's another word they were using. Security. Close to safeguarding. What? Oh.
集金
Chuking. Gather. Oh. 今日は集金の日です。Payday? Payment? Huh, 集金の日。集金の日。Hmm. How do I guess it could just be literally collecting money. That's fair.
Jinzo
So sorry, I had to double check something. Let's see.
Skuru
Guru.
Keikan
Econ. Was a little bit. There's different primary landscape. Was the scenery. Cityscape.
障害
Shogai. disability.
食べ物
Toriki.
取り決め
Torikime. Um.
隠居する
Yosu. Mm. Oh. Dang it. Bow. Often. Spoon. The heck is old? And spoon. Often spoon. Roll. Not sure if I really like this. So I can think of coffin and spoon, right? But how do I get to roll in case I get stuck again? How do we speed this up? Elderly or old? Sure, I added old. Good enough. Kind of spoon roll.
再来年
Rainen. No. Pass? He passed? If? Oh. Oh no. That's a mistaken identity. Yikes. Just kidding. The moment I hit enter was the moment I realized it's not the same character. I feel like huh. I'll move this to the end.
腰抜け
Inuke. Inuke. What in the world? That's a drunkard.
Eiko.
Echo. Ooh. Heck. Wait. Special case. Like using Hito? How does that work? Oh no, no, this has got to be a typo. Did I type Bio or Hyo? Oh no, wait. Oh, this is no, it's Hyonin. What?
病人
I either typed Hyo or Bio. I thought I typed Bionin first. Huh. Now I don't know what I typed. Interesting. I went back to my first guess. Or what I thought was the first guess.
想像
Also. What is this? Okay. Oh, wait. Trying to think if it's a name. Is it a name? A name. Or is it? No. What can we work with? We have he. We work with he, han, or he, ka, and me. Could be na. I. Some part of me think it's something like katakana or something. I don't think I have that as a term. How about the meaning? Flat temporary name. That. And that question is, have you read or read this? Help. It's got to be like something kind of dealing with oh, maybe it's probably hiragana.
ひらがな
It doesn't look like katakana, but it does certainly look like hiragana. So heika and me worked, but those are not the read. And then gana, there's a unexpected endaku. Hmm. You should know the reading of this word because it's the same as English. That doesn't help with. I just realized how unhelpful that is. So we have, there's the hira. So it's not completely kun. Oh, they mark it as a kun and an onyomi. Interesting. Technically, yes, based on how they're calculated. And na would be. All right. Let's do something about this. So I definitely see the te ka, and me first, right? Hmm. He likes eating tater tots in the ka in May, but prefers ira. Huh. Hmm. Ah. Okay. I don't know if I even have a substitute for hira. Give me a sec. I have to check something. I have a thought about something. What does hira reminds me of? No dice. I think we're just gonna have to stick with hira. Hira is the... Yeah, no dice. Move along for now.
製造
Is
頭
速度
Sokudo. Speed. Okay.
結構です
Ah,
比較する
X.
読み方、
読み方。
逮捕する、
逮捕。
農場、
農場。
お構いなく。
お構いない。あ、お構いなく。ない。Distribute. Not tall. So what can I see first? I can see height right away. Height and Kubaru? Kuboru? Kubaru. Kubaru.
Kubaru.
Don't know what I'm using for Kuba at the moment. Oh, Cuba. Somehow I have to get from Hai to Cuba. Distribute it. Buyers with a haiku about Cuba's was bottled. That's supposed to be snake. I don't think that's snake. Self-bottled. Coca-Cola. That's what I can think of. Okay.
造園
Going. Hmm. How do you guess this could be to get sick as opposed to being sick. This was the thing with the excuse for going to the game, right?
病む
Oh, how much I like about Yum. Be conveniently. Yo. Honestly, how does the thing for Hyo? Oh, because they default to Byo. Oh, wait. It is Byo. Conveniently calls it's sick when there is a Byo party. But really, it's to go alone to a Yankees game. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, those separate things aren't gonna cut it.
故障 月
Ski. Attached to. Including? Okay. Oh, we skipped 6 things. Okay. So that is ka, but this is different. Oh, it could be. Oh, I know what it is.
両替
영화에 hinder, but this is to irritate.
触る
Waru. Still quite nothing. Is it like concentrate? Focus? Huh. It could be like inside. Maybe relationship? Oh, wait, it is relationship. Or relations. Okay. Okay. Hmm. is she plus the onyomi of degree. Or oh no mate. It's a different read on I think. Shitaku. Shitaku.
支度
Degree of support. How do you degree of support? Oh, this is Shitaku. I will probably write something. Shitaku. Not bad. Daku is do. Daku do. Chi. Branch office is preparing Taku board of things to support that sheets, the sheet and do cheese and dolls the animal shelter. Sure. Dang it. Is this the bath one? For a moment there, I was like, yeah, it feels like sure. Yeah, grass, forehead, and power. The top is supposed to be grass. He had it's role and it's labor. Think about all the effort they put in. A Viking, yeah, that is supposed to be a Viking. Oh, includes the headpiece. They do not labor. They do the labor. Some of the labor is for role. Yeah. Hold on there a bit. Something makes me want to type, but no, that doesn't sound right. Utsu, that maybe not. Yes. Is this the coyote thing? Oh, this is commute.
通う
Coyote. It's the context sentence. You're commuting from Kyushu, from Tokyo to Kyushu. Write something about it. And it's usually linked with coyote, which is okay, I suppose. Okay, so how could I get tsu, right? Yeah, tsu. That's 2, which is not the greatest. or mnemonic word. Could be okay. Oh, okay. E and U. He commuted. He commuted to the school with the coyote mascot too. Just like, ooh. Transitive. That makes this sound like it's transitive, but that's fine. Huh. Today was pretty okay. Alright, it's time to do our lessons. How much time do we have? A little bit over time, but things were simplified. Okay. Time investment was simplified. What are our lessons? Price. What is that? Value plus steps. Intriguing. Alright, help me out here. The value is in various steps. Each step is different amount. Alright, fair enough. What is this? Chidan. Chidan refers to price attached to something you can buy, like in stores or markets. For example, you could use chidan to ask how much something costs at a shop. Okay.
値段
Nedan. Oh, we used the kunyomi. Nedan. All right. This was chi for the onyomi, right? Yes. They went with nedan. So most of the price stuff uses ne. It holds true for the other ones, like high price and low price. Like one and chisane or shone. Gotta review those soon. There's gonna be a soon review, right? Let's make sure. Yeah, so we have Takane. Oh yeah, right. High. Takane and Yasune. Right. Not high, low, but expensive and cheap. And then Nefuda, which is still dealing with price. So all the price stuff seems to go with ne.
値段
Nedan. Okay. Right. Kenko.
健康
Beckon. Jiao. Right, Jiao. Beckon. Wonder what this is gonna be. What sounds like Jiao? Gyo? Maybe. Someone reach out with their fingers to call for you. Okay, yeah. Same there. Shoal. Okay, Shoal is close enough. Person beckoning you is a shogun. That actually works out really well. Amnesia. Healthy forget symptoms. Okay. Amnesia. A healthy bit of forgetting symptoms means you might have amnesia. That doesn't track very well, but that's fine. What's that? Kenbo Sho.
健忘症
Kenbo Sho. Or Kenbo Sho. Kenbo Sho. Kenbo Sho.
健忘症
Kenbo Sho.
健忘症
I feel like Kyoko is slightly on the top one, and then Kenichi is pulling the bottom.
健忘症
Kenbosho.
健忘症
Kenbosho. Slightly. They're kind of both doing the bottom thing. Finding employment. Get a position, job, or employment. Fair enough. Or finding one. Getting a job. What do we have? Shushoku.
就職
Shushoku. Okay. Fair enough.
値段
Done.
健康
Oh.
就職
健忘症
Bosho. Working. That's kinda interesting. So they use employment, and they use business for currently as opposed to going to status. When you get a position in some business, you consider working. It's a formal word that can, what is this going to be? Shugyo. Yeah, shugyo is a formal word that can refer to both being employed and being at work for the day. It's commonly using kanji compounds such as shugyo jikan. Shugyo kisaku. Or kisoku.
就業
Shugyo. Okay. Get angry. What was our default for anger? Do? I doubt it's do. I would be very surprised if it's do.
怒る
Okoru. Oh yeah, okoru. That does check out with Duolingo, huh? Okra. Okra. Do I have any other okos? Probably not. Okra is fine. It's a direct object. Or it's an object. Very specific object too. Alright. So alright, let's blank our mind, right? And then I see female, stool, heart, and then do. And then do. So let's talk about she is sitting on at the stool, getting angry that the okra hasn't, getting angry and being rude that the okra hasn't arrived yet. Being angry and being rude. Cited in her heart. Sitting at the stool. Getting angry and being rude that the okra hasn't arrived yet. Seems pretty good. I'm gonna try to keep that as our basis for our mnemonics, second layer mnemonics. Yield. This is new. don't recall something Hanzi. No, I don't recall Hanzi that looks like this. No. You see a flag by the exit letting you to know to yield. Okay. That's pretty nice. Even though the flag told you to yield, you're starting to lose your patience. The people walking outside the exit are all a bunch of crazy old kutsu. Boots. That's a very specific word, and it's also an object. That's pretty solid. I'll go with that. Dakun? No. Kutsu for onyomi. Interesting. The yell. There's a bit of chirping in there. An angry chirping. Alright. Do I have a kunyomi already? I just got a kunyomi, right? Oko? So, okonaru. That's probably okonaru. Okonaru. Probably okonaru. An angry chirp is the type of shout. The person is to yeah. Suggests anger, as you can tell from the kanji. So it's used when someone yells. Okay.
怒鳴る
Donaru. Oh, come on. Alright, this one's a bit tricky. It uses the onyomi instead. You learn for really do. Wow. And the kunyomi. Okay. So instead of just the previous thing, we just got the oko. Wow. Alright. So do. Okay. Like Ermine. I still see the female stool heart immediately, but I definitely see Naru right away instead of bird or the chirping. Right, so let's do she was no longer angry the moment she heard no longer yelling when she heard her doll. It's kind of not the greatest, but it's like her doll naru. Naru is to like chirp or make an animal noise, so barking would be one of them. I think that comes off really well, so I think we'll stick with that. A worry makes sense. Nayami.
悩み
Okay, sure. All right. Good enough.
就業
Yu-Gi-Oh. Picture it? Yep.
怒る
Okoru. Right, flag, exit. Need to stop. It's gone. It was like something to something. To something. It's good. We gotta get used to it. That's a new one. That's a new read. New is onyomi. Wait, I lost the meaning as well. Yield. Okay. Hold up, that's kind of far from Kuts. Kutsu. Oh, the other way around. Hmm. All right.
悩み
Naomi.
怒鳴る
Worry. Nayamu. Nayamu is often intransitive. Okay. Like, あれはいつもぬん、悩んでいる always wearing, but it can also be transitive, in which case you'll take a direct object. 彼女のことを悩む. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
悩む
Alright. Trouble. Astray plus misguided. Right. You've been led astray and you've been misguided. What a trouble, and indeed a troublesome income. Oh, I wonder how this kind of varies with Mendel. Mendel, yeah. Stray. May. Oh no, I only have Waku. Is this gonna be a hybrid? Oh my gosh, it's probably gonna be a hybrid. Refers to nuisance that bothers others, like trimming your toenails. Okay.
迷惑
Meiwaku. So. Wait. Hold up. Waku is onyomi? Oh no. I've been writing as a kunyomi. Okay. That's a problem. We gotta correct that. I thought Waku was kunyomi. Alright.
迷惑
Meiwaku. Okay. Then that's fine. I'll correct it later. To long for. Yearn. Oh. Probably akoga, right? So akogareru.
憧れる
Akogareru. Oh my gosh. Akogareru. Alright. That's fine.
悩む
Oh, I skipped something. I'm gonna guess this is die. Oh no, wait. It's like, yeah, I really thought it was die. I skipped this. Lend. Ka. Okay, so ka. Trying to think if it's die or not. Okay. Lend was ka. Dang, I skipped this. You substitute some seashells, shellfish for collateral, so you will lend your friend one. That's actually fine. Oh, they went with kunyomi. Oh, it's tai. Tai. In Japanese. That's right. So that is definitely dai, probably. In Chinese. They went with ka for the kunyomi. You want your friend to lend so you can buy yourself a ka. Okay, alright, that's fine.
迷惑
I skipped this too, but we can guess. Yes.
誘惑
Yuwaku. So misguided invite? Maybe mislead still? Or still misguided? Seduction. Oh, okay. Invite by misguiding is still misguiding. But corruption would have been my other one. But seduction. Interesting. To invite by misguiding. A temptation, huh? Okay. Sorry, I was thinking of something. I had a thought. Interrupting thought. Well, where were we? Yearn.
憧れる
Bongareru. Do I need a 4? What? To long for, to yearn after. Is that how people say it? To yearn after something? Interesting. The more you know. Alright, I'm expecting like 60 more. 41. That's kind of on the lower side. Interesting. Job promotion. And advance on your ascend or advance. Interesting. But it's specifically related to job promotion. Or a job. As opposed to like ascending in different ways. Like improving in quality or something. Okay. Coincidentally, we covered this a little bit. Tsu, right? Susu, susu. But that would be shin, right? Shin. So we had shoshin, shoshin. Spare time. That's no ka. Although I feel like this is a special case. I think ka. Oh no, it could be ima. Is that part of ma? So it could be ma or ima or something. Or hima. Oh no, this could be hima. Means spare time or free time, because that's the only way that I remember exact, like, common way to express it.
Hima.
Hima. Yep, there it is. So that's hima. Okay, makes sense. Am I gonna be worried about? No, not too. Yeah, we're going. Sleep. Oh, the other sleep. Mien. Closing each eyes is something that the people do before they sleep. I feel like there was something very convoluted about Mien. Okay. What are the chances that it's just like man or mien? Or mean? Okay, mean is fine. Mean's okay. People were mean to you. The reason you want to sleep is because all the other people were mean to you. Yeah. Mean works. Kind of goes off this part too. Okay, make sure I don't skip things. Vacation makes sense. 休假. Kyuka. It's a relatively formal form that formal word that commonly refers to time off from most of the formal words. Yeah, most of the formal words check out with Chinese. So probably because formal words are bit more traditional and old hat, I suppose.
休暇
Yuka. Ultimate. Ultimate? How to research extreme. Okay. Interesting. Ultimate. No other synonyms. You're trying to research the extreme. If you do that, you'll be able to figure out the ultimate weapon. So I guess they're gonna go with Goku here, right? Goku. So what do we have? Kyukoku?
究極
Q. Oh, Kyukyoku. What? How can you introduce Goku first and then go with Kyoku? Okay. I think they technically introduced Goku and Kyoku at the same time. Kyoku. Alright. It was a 50-50. They both sound fine. Alright.
暇
Oh.
Shoshin
Doshin. What? Oops. That was a typo.
休暇
究極
Yoku. Alright, South Pole, South Pole. Oh, South Pole could make things different. So what was Kyukyoku was ultimate, right? That doesn't... Oh, that kind of feels the same as South Pole. So it's probably Kyoku again. So Nankyoku. Nankyoku? Or Nankyoku.
南極
Nankyoku. That's fine. Stairs. Oh, this is Kaidan.
階段階段
Yeah, that's when I realized where the stairs came from. Kutsu. Kutsu. We're just going. Oh, and we got another Kuts. Kutsu. We're going straight to Kun for shoes. Gradually. Oh, step by step. It's probably still step by step. Steps. I think step by step. It's a bit more on the nose here. Yeah, step by step. Okay. Dandan? Oh wait. It's often used for graduate.
だんだん
Dandan. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Dankai is stage. Okay, so Kaidan is interesting. Oh, like phase steps. Different phases. Oh, different stages of things, not a literal stage.
段階
Dankai. Makes sense. Actually, I had Dankai. It was mixed with Kyodai or something like that, or Ryudai, I think. Or like Sankyo. I don't know what I'm thinking of at the moment. We'll come to it again.
南極階段
Kaidan. These are very familiar stuff.
段階
だんだん
It's fine. Whatever. The first step. Oh, instead of ippo, we have daiichi. Oh, daiichi dan. Ne? Means the first.
第1弾
Daiichi dan. Makes sense. Daiichi dan. Kind of like how Byo works. Does this is a medical term for health condition symptom? Okay.
小
Stay show. Okay. Syndrome. Dense. Not the same dense. Not atsu. I feel like I've seen you in some way. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, concentrate. What is that? Nong? Yeah, nong. Concentrate. Thick. Yeah. I'm not sure they use concentrated. After a tsunami hits your farming land, you're gotta see a lot of dense silt left behind. This thick layer really enriches the soil. No, yeah, and it lines up with no for farm. Okay. So nong and no are pretty lined up. Pretty sure. Oh no, it's just dense the whole time. No concentrated. Symptom condition, symptom condition, still a symptom. So yeah, 症状.
症状
Shoujo. Oh, interesting. Shoujo. So shoujo. Shoujo. Okay. Fair enough. Itai. This is itai.
痛い
Itai. Ita. Oh, okay. Do we need a reminder for this? Probably not. It's so common.
第1弾
Dai-ichi-dan. Which is pretty much what I said today the whole time. Like, Dai-ichi-dan, right? Ippo. One step at a time. There's a lot of things. One step at a time. No.
Show.
症状
Shoujo.
痛い
Hey. Alright. Headache. Makes sense. Atama? No, no atama. What is ko? Or atama itai and work? It kind of atama itai, or what do we have? Kotsu?
頭痛
Oh, tsutsu. Oh no. It's a separate one. Wait, I gotta make sure. This is ko, right? If it's onyomi? Oh no, it's to. Oh, it's the and to. Oh no. I thought it was ko. Have I used to before? I'm pretty sure I have. Yeah, tobu. It's to, not ko. And then now we have the other one, zu. Is this our first zu? It's our first. Okay.
頭
Is
痛
it tsu? Okay, tsu is fine. Tsu is fine, but tsu. Like my mind. Think of trees, oceans. I see head and pain. Head pain. Okay. So sometimes when his head hurts, he decides to go to the zoo. Alright. Next one, pay raise. Ascend the salary. Okay. Relatively formal. Do I have this in Chinese? I don't think so. Unless this is a separate... Oh! No. Not quite the same. Shun is not quite the same. And then this would probably be xian, like shun xian, or xiang xian, maybe even like up salary versus like raise salary. So shang xian, but shang xian would be something like this. Just the bottom part, right? Was there really a thing here? Huh. And then xian is new, which is we had flowers, some sort of guard, pretty sure tree. Oh yeah, and then axe. Yeah, xian. That's the closest thing I can think of. What would this be in Chinese? Gay. Raise, give. Oh wait. Oh no. This interesting. Ascend the salary. Shokyu. Shokyu makes sense. Okay. Off we go. The edge. Oh wait. Oh no. That is not... Wait. No. This looks like something though. What was fun? No, it's not close to fun. Like the cutting edge. This is probably a different edge. Setting up a stand. Sure, on top of a mountain. You rake all the rocks to the edge of it. Oh, what the... You want to clear the area around your stand so you get your rake out and start. Okay. You set up the stand on top of it so you give a speech to the world, but you need to look your best, so you decide to get a tan. You lie next to the edge of the mountain. Maybe you just get a tan because you spend a lot of time setting up outdoors on top of the edge of a mountain, I guess. A tip. Oh, the tip. That tip. Jian tip. I can see where the sentan, the tip, came from too. Half finished, in the middle of half edge. Interesting. This character, I don't think I have this character. Does kind of remind me of Chu. Probably Chu. But like half eliminated or terminated, or which could mean like half finish or middle of finishing, half edge. Okay. Maybe halfway to the edge. To like the end. To conclude. Teiketsuru. Note that this word is quite formal, which makes sense given the context it usually...
締結する
Teiketsuru. Okay. To conclude, teiketsuru. To tighten and to tighten and bind together. So conclude. To wrap up. To tighten. Okay. That's no te. Okay, this can also be used to wrap up when used in reference for speech or some other occasion. Ah, okay, so it still has that part. Okay. Maybe this is the casual way. In Japanese culture, people often a situation with some shared action like clapping in rhythm to end. Oh, that thing. I see.
閉める
Shimeru. Oh my gosh, it's Shimeru. Alright. So I immediately think tater tots, right? So I could use she pronoun. That might not be the greatest if I keep associating. I know, okay. Do I ask myself? Yeah, okay, we'll try it. She met me. Oh no. Tater tots. Titan. The Meru was Titan. Oh no, but this is a package, so the package could contain any. She sent Titan. Haters. Here. Double Medu. I don't know how well that's gonna hold up. Let's see.
頭痛
What? Phew. Oh, right, that's salary. Whoops.
昇級
I just like pay raise. It's gone.
締結する
It's
閉める
Alright. Organization. Kumi? A Kumi? Oh, Kumi is Inyomi. Kumishiki sounds kind of okay if it was hybrid. Oh, human. Oh no, maybe it's Onyomi. We'll take a jab. Kumishiki.
組織
Soshiki. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, we didn't learn any onyomis. It was a kunyomi. So this is the first onyomi. So or soap or all right. So somehow we have to go from cumin to soap. All right. Let me look. Blank. Think of trees, think of oceans. Nice. All right. I definitely see group. Group and weave. Group weaving. Okay. So the group formed an organization to sell soap weaved with human. I think that might actually be okay. I mean, did we get it? So no, I didn't get shiki. Maybe to sell shiki soap. Soap weave with cumin. I think that works pretty okay for a backup. To weave, no kunyomis. Oru. In O shape? Okay. I think I'm okay with O shape. The letter O station. I think it might actually, I can even pivot to the circle or O. I don't think any other reed is going to touch that area. Let's see. To weave. Oru. Or obi. We can also use obi. You can weave an obi. So the first thing I can think of, that's definitely weave. And then weave leads to shiki. So he weaved a shiki hole shaped obi. Pretty good. I think that's sufficient. All right, root. Oh, that's root. Oh, that's tool. Oh, it's not tool. Tool, right? How do we get tool? Do. Oh, okay. Do to. It was either or. Makes sense. You decide to take the fastest. What do we have? This isn't a harmonica. It's a surplus, right? When you ride a scooter, you'll have a surplus of possible routes. Very nice. Not only can you drive in any road, yeah. You decide to take the fastest road, so you have so many options. However, in doing so, you ran over every single toe. All right. Stomach ache. Makes sense. Wei tong. Interesting. Wei tong. So we got itsu. Try to remember this isn't for general abdominal pain. Itsu is specifically for pain or discomfort in the stomach, the internal organ. A literal stomach ache. Okay. Itsu. Okay. Gotcha. Belly, onaka. Or hara. Ah, it's hara. Ah, I keep doing naka. But it's only naka when it's onaka, not hara. Oh my gosh. That's gonna get me a couple times.
Hara.
Wait, the kanji and the word are exactly. Oh, no. Hara. If anyone tries to touch your belly, yeah. See, this is not great. This means that there's nothing to tether.
Hara.
Into that. If anyone tries to touch your belly, that harassment. Hara. Unless you're cool with it, obviously. But if you're not, make sure to Yeah, harassment. Okay. No, this word will often get rendaku when combined with other words like biru bara, biru bara, betsu bara, separate stomach for dessert. Interesting, separate stomach. Betsu bara, bara, or yeah, betsu bara. Betsu bara? No, betsu bara. Maybe. Let's see. How do I get from hara to... Alright. I see black hole, I see moon, but I largely see fuku. So, he touched her. He hara her, and she told him to fuku off. Okay. I think that's fine. It'll be good enough. Pretty sure. Oh, so we're weaving, right? How did I say to weave into things? The first thing I look at is we got weave and we have shiki, and then shiki leads to O shapes. Shiki O shape something with okay.
Oru.
Oru. Right. And then we're weaving human into shiki, what? Shiki soap. So shiki.
組織
And what was this supposed to be? Organization. They started an organization. Okay. It's what? Hara.
腹
Seppuku. Oh my gosh, he's just randomly given seppuku. Alright.
切腹
Or seppuku. Oh, it's actually up, not down. Seppuku, not seppuku. Interesting. The more you know. I feel like you're just heibanding almost all the time. I get that feeling now. I see why people keep saying like, if all else fails, heiban it. Like, if you need to default to something, seppuku is probably far more higher chance than seppuku. Man, seppuku. Seppuku. Alright. It's fine. We're fine with that one. To visit. It's no hole. I kind of feel like it could be like... No, I don't know.
尋ねる
Kazuneru. You know, it's interesting. But when it comes to verbs, though, whoops. When it comes to
Kazuneru.
verbs, there's quite a bit of nakadaka. Because there's one extra syllable. Yeah, I wonder. Kazu. Your friend Taz. Oh, Tasmanian. Oh, that's pretty good. It's a proper noun. Okay, Tazu. How do we get Tazu for okay? And then how do we get Neru? Ne? Ne was the horse thing, right? I don't like that. Ne for the horse thing. The ne. I could use net. What other stuff do we have? Let's do net. Oh, maybe like net in terms of net. We use net from now on. Okay, so he met Azu over the net and visited his hall. I don't need any. Doesn't look like it. All right, next one. Homon? This is a 50-50. A visit inquiry. Not necessarily a problem, but a visit inquiry, which is still a visit.
訪問
Homon. Okay. To urge. What do we have for urge? Haku? It's not haku. I don't think. So we have the transitive. Right, because haku. Oh, wait. No. This is transitive. At its core means for like a deadline. This idea extends. Interesting that this is transitive. At its core means to approach like a deadline or danger drawing near. This idea extends to urging someone because it's like you're coming really close to them to press them into action. Intriguing.
迫る
Semaru. Semantics again? I kind of like semantics. What was the last semantics we had? Semai. Semantics, okay. I got something topical. Okay. He urged people to pay attention to semantics when it comes to life haku. That's pretty good. Haku kind of comes and goes. Let's see. Pressure makes sense. It's probably atsuhaku. The pressure is urged. Yeah, this is like pure pressure, right? And oppression, constriction. Oh, both. Interesting. Atsuhaku refers to a tight pressure caused by strong compression or the act of pressing. Oh, okay. Figuratively can also mean constriction, like restrictions or confinement, things that are placing pressure. So both figurative and literal.
圧迫
Paku. Oh yeah, that's right. We can shorten too. And it becomes paku, which has can be pause, I suppose. Do I need something for paku? How about the shortened pressure? Yes. It's oppressing Aku. I'm gonna use that as a... I'm thinking of Paco though, not Paku. I'm gonna come back to this. I'm usually pretty okay with sounds or those type of things. Play it by ear.
訪問
Hormone.
切腹
Seppuku. I forgot how weird seppuku is. Actually, just looking at that is weird. Interesting. Okay. All right, what do I see? I see visit. Ne.
尋ねる
Ozeneru. I see haku. So how do we do haku? I do see white as well.
Semaru.
Semaru.
Appaku
Apaku. Alright. 2 more sets. This has been a pretty decent low-key second half. That means I get to... I think we'll be okay for the double prompt tomorrow. Persecution. Yep. What is persecution? Pull high, right? Pull high. Pull high lines up. Persecution, maybe formal word. This word is quite formal. No kidding. Yeah, formal words line up with Chinese. So pull high. So whenever I guess that's kind of a nice litmus test, right? If the pairing is like straight on point, it's like I'm guessing this is more of a formal word. That's intriguing. It brings up a telltale sign of a Japanese formality. So whenever you're reading something and someone suddenly just shifts into vocabulary that is like layered on top of each other, like double layering Chinese and Japanese, you'll start having that feeling of formality. The moment I heard pull high, I was thinking, wow, that sounds like formal Japanese.
迫害
Hakugai. Okay. Makes sense. No change. Persecution. No change. Okay. Nice. Urgency. Oh, interesting. Cut urge. 胁迫. No. 胁? No. 切迫. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think. Okay. We'll cut down an urge. We'll cut right down to the end, reaching that urge position where urgency is so strong. I feel like this is just cut to the chase. Good enough. Impending urgency. Let's see. It's used to describe the tension in a situation where a time limit is drawing near. Oh. Okay.
切迫
Setbaku. Oh, wow. Setbaku. Okay. And then we have setsu, shortened. And then we have another ha, sopaku. Was there already... I feel like there was already a comment made about Haku commonly being rendaku, or was it something else? Haku. All right. To get lost makes sense. Ain't no me. Beyond physically getting lost, it's also when you waver between choices. Okay, so figurative as well, and intransitive.
迷う
Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Let's see. May is pretty tough. Using Mayflower. We're just gonna use May, the month. Yo, so in May, one get lost in that rice in gorging on starches, like that rice, like rice and mayonnaise. I'm thinking of potato salad, but fine. Mayo. Ooh. Okay. All right. Lost child. Okay. Meko. Meshi. Even though this isn't only for lost child, it applies to anyone who is lost. Okay.
迷子
Michael. What the might? Oh my gosh, it's an exception. Okay, the call comes from so Michael. All right. In May, there. My children often go. Oh, could be go instead of Godzilla. Go to the city and often gets lost in a different way. Okay. No, maze. Oh, instead of gong. Oh, to lose one's way. Interesting, maze. Or lost road. Okay. Road where you run astray. Rero. Oh, rero.
迷路
Oh, mero. Oh, why did I say re? Mero. Mero. Yeah, this is fine. Oh yeah, Milu. Of course, Milu. Milu makes sense. But for maze, as opposed to lost, does this not mean anything with lost?
迷路
Oh, interesting. That could be a problem.
Hakugai.
Ngai.
Seppaku.
Seppaku. Starchy things. Starchy things like
迷う
mayo. Mayo.
迷路
Mero.
迷子
Aingo. Okay. Superstition. Yeah. Lose faith or lose belief. Superstition. 迷信.迷信.
迷信
Okay, 迷信. When all else fails, go to Heiban. I thought about it in the last second again. Superstition checks out. To be discharged. Oh, okay. To leave the institution. Being the usually the institution's defaulting to the hospital. Yeah, to leave the hospital. Let's see. We have 退院する.
退院する
退院する. Next one, leave early. Sense. Hello there, JC. What's up? How are you? Let's see. Soul tie. Note that this means leaving school or work earlier than usual. Sure. It's not used for leaving hangouts or parties early. Okay.
相対
Bye. Okay. Well, now. A field and a guy. Oh, the wild guy. Dang. That field guy is the worst. Always in the field making us look bad. Quite the fella. While this can be used casual for a man, it usually used to insult or show ignorance towards someone, so it's best to avoid using it unless you surely it's okay.
やろ
Oh. Checks out. Alright. We're gonna write jerk. Okay. Retiring. To pull and retreat. Retiring. Yeah, fair enough. Interesting. I wonder if this is using he or not. This word focuses on the moment of retiring and often used to mean withdrawing from public life. When someone ends their career in a particular field, like when celebrities or pro athletes retire. Interesting, there's no note of formality.
引退
Yeah, we haven't learned the onyomi, so all I can think about was he. This is the first instance of the onyomi. So let's go and do something with this. Pretty sure this is he. That's our first read. Yeah.
引退
Intai. His career was catching a lot of heat. So he tied things up and retired. And is retiring. Be good enough in case things. Oh wait, I need to retiring. Retiring and filling in. Oh, in. Oh no. Chilling, traveling. Maybe like chilling and in hopping. That seems like a great. Okay. Retiring, as I say. Stomach. Oh wait. No wait, maybe this was the stomach I was thinking of. And the other one was just hara no matter what. This oh yeah, this is the onaka. Oh no, this is just e. Okay, the other one's onaka.
E.
Okay, alright. Just keep in mind e is specific for the internal organ stomach, not for the general abdomen area. Alright, last one. Okay. Oh wait, that's fine.
退院する
I
早退
I
迷信
名詞
やろ
at all. Heard a couple, saw a couple skits about this one. Yeah. Okay, lots of heat. Instead, went into
う引退
Intai. All right. Good enough for today. All right. Go over the stuff. It's the new guys. So we gotta do our mows first. Mows, then deaf, and then deaf into reads. So Monix. Oh, the new ones. Shogun. Becken. Coots. Yield. Oh no, this isn't Thai. They went with car. Blend. Mean. Sleep. Coots. Choose. Nostradamus. Dense. Tan. Edge. O. Root. Alright. So then we get, let's do the others while doing the reads, right? Sho. Sho. Gan. Steps. Eat. Stomach. Good. Belly. Tsu. Pain. Hai. Retreat. Kutsu. Kutsu. Naya. Concern. Ah. Spare time. Shiki. Shoku. Weave. Ka. Me. Astray. Waku. This is needed to correct. This is an onyomi. I've been writing this as a kunyomi for some time now. Onyomi, waku. Misguided. You invite to get a position. All invite or visit. Sorry, visit, not invite. Visit. Do anger. Show ascend. Mean sleep or yeah, that's fine. Sweet, drowsy. Show symptom. Te pain, aku urge. Akoga yearn. Tsu no han kyoku goku extreme. O ken healthy. O ease and go for guy. Pretty good. Not bad. 56 is relatively low for the second half. We got a pretty decent leeway for tomorrow's double prompt. Alright, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Something to be said, right? Maybe things got a little heated. I don't know, it got a little heated. But I think when it comes to public spaces, one thing I do have to say, right? I say it all the time. You're more than welcome to come on and exchange ideas and stories and whatnot. But honestly, if someone portrays a certain way, right, and they suggest that that's what they're doing, then I would intensely do the same back. But when it comes to eventually finding out that that is not the case, then what you do is you pull it back, right? You pull it back. So when things get too involved, I suppose that's just the way it's going to be. I personally don't think that I'm going to stop trying to do that. That doesn't mean things will always work out, but at least I choose to push forth and refocus on investing in people. So it's always about investing in people. I think sometimes it comes off as being unreceptive to the other end. So I was reviewing, I was gonna probably replay some of the thoughts in my head and the things that was said today, but generally speaking, I stand by most of the things I say about what I observe about other people. But I feel like oftentimes, despite the maybe intrinsic nature of constantly compartmentalizing, I talked about this before, and I stand by to what I said 2 days ago as well. But most of the stuff I stand by. The whole idea that parasocial relationships and the normalization of thinking about the other person as like a one-way exchange, constantly doing one-way exchanges. There's one thing to be said when someone says they spend time compartmentalizing their public side of things and their private side of things, then inherently then I would match that energy. When you desire something, like for example, when you desire empathy, it requires empathy as well. I can try to be empathetic, but I can also know and recognize and stand by when I can't empathize with someone. There's a difference between always succeeding in empathy versus trying to empathize. So in this case, today was more or less a very humbling and sobering experience for myself. Nevertheless, it's in reality, that's what happens most of the time online. Rarely do these formalities and whatnot lead to lasting relationships. It is through the sweat, right? The sweat, the experience, the constant vigorous practice that leads to the quality, the higher quality of the rare moments that succeed. In no way do I think that people who think pragmatically about this, think pragmatically about a public space to compartmentalize and use sympathy, pity, and antagonist, contrarian contradictions, being, subtle and indirect. Those are fine techniques, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, in my opinion, if you are unwilling to explain yourself and then use every form imaginable to explain how you can't do it and won't do it because you don't want to. That is a very public and pragmatic way of saying it's all right. We don't care that much. Like, you're not worth investing, right? It's like, that's fine. I certainly won't stop investing, but I guess one could say I have a privilege of that in my space to do so. So if it's not reciprocated, I don't see, in my opinion, a harm. I see a sobering lesson to be taken. It's not I don't feel like I lost anything. Things are meant to give, but regardless of like misconceptions and constant finger pointing, there is a difference between someone who spends most of their time complaining and talking about what someone else is not being able to do versus seeing what that person is trying to do. I feel like it's very difficult oftentimes to constantly talk to individuals who think when you do something, you must be successful at it. So whenever someone describes themselves like, oh, I'm not going to do this because it's not going to be good enough, or there's so much to talk about, so I'm not going to start, I push back. Largely because life is a process, and that's what I stand by. If you keep saying things like, oh, it's too hard to do this, too hard to do that, then let's start with it making it easy. Start with the first point. If one is unable to speak or type their expressions, start with what you can do. I feel like that opens the world up to a lack of compartmentalization. My 2 cents. I mean, eventually, if someone tells me that they are passionate, compassionate and loving, and then they spend 50 to 60% of their time pointing fingers at the other person's deficiencies, that to me is a mixed message. You don't need to speak to give the false impression of that. So, to kind of like wrap up my thoughts about this for the time being, which I'll probably reflect on for the coming ages of my life, that's a wrap for WaniKani's session today. It was part of our WaniKani session. Just wanted to add a few closing words, right? So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? In the spirit of Japanese culture, most of the stuff is compartmentalized, right? That's usually it. The public figure, you stay business oriented, detached, non-emotionally invested. I'm gonna echo what I said throughout streams. I hope that this is not the direction. This is not the lean or the direction that the internet is going towards, where live streams and interactions become a place of professionalism, dehumanizing, and constant victim blaming and competition. It's so often that sharing a opposing or a contrasting perspective somehow constantly turns into a competition, when there's a difference between a non-compete, right, in which people share their perspective as a form of discussion, versus constantly stating it's a competition, and you're not paying attention to me, not paying attention to you. Those are words that I rarely say unless the other person says it first. Then you want to match their energy. So as far as I recall today, I say this every day. You're more than welcome to follow along, right? Give WaniKani, if you're interested in Japanese language, then give WaniKani a try. Let me know what you think. Our perspectives may differ. We can talk about things in the third person, where we talk about the overall experience in an objective standpoint if you want. However, for me, it's more about the welcoming of being able to share each other's opinions without necessarily having to successfully empathize with each other. But I will make the attempt regardless. Know the person, know the things, read into the things, and I can be erroneous about it. Like I could be too presumptuous, but the idea is agreeability. 2 days ago, the same person asked me, well, what do I look for in an ideal partner? Agreeability. But that's not really defined by specifically any particular partner. My friends, the people I interact with, the long-lasting relationships are people who are agreeable. And not agreeable in the sense that we have to have the same values. Same perspective, same life choices, even different strokes. In fact, our different strokes do not typically create impasse. An impasse is when someone spends 60% time dodging questions and saying they don't want to invest in you, and then spending even more time explaining how it's the other person's fault. So, to take professional criticism where professional criticism is due, I will keep it professional and business oriented between the person. Good job. Congratulations on your promotion. We're not going to go read into it. Text is from this individual is meant to be read literally as opposed to subtextually, because apparently that is the limitation of writing and proses, despite spending hours talking about how creative expression is through the lens and interpretation of other people and the creator, right? When you write a sentence, what does it mean to another person? It can be different from what you think it could mean. And through agreeability, we can have both perspectives represented at the same time. What did you intend to say? Instead of focusing on constantly telling the other person they have a misconception of something that can be conceived from what they say. If you're loving, that doesn't mean ignorantly being non-empathetic towards the other person, to another person. But it could mean also that that person simply thinks sympathy is sufficient, and compartmentalization of one's empathy is sufficient to be loving, right? You can sympathize with someone and not have to think more into it. And I personally don't think that's sufficient. I like the idea that live streams and whatnot may elevate the experience. Otherwise, I feel we gravitate closer and closer to a parasocial relationship. So the person, the people that I start talking to will continue to be withdrawn and do not take chances on people anymore. Constantly using language that's subtextually negative and projecting, and they can continue to do that with or without my presence. It's fine, right? Like, I accept that I'm not here to change people. but I'm also here to express myself. So, despite people having misconceptions of what I'm saying, they are valid conceptions from their perspective. So I never say something like, you're wrong for thinking my word, it means this. The alternative is I take the time, regardless if it's text message or speaking or what have you. I mean, if you want, you're more than welcome. Send a DM, leave a video comment. I'll give you all the time I can. If my video comments response aren't an example, you ask me one question, I give you 6 paragraphs. That's my attempt. It's generosity first, not maximalism and efficiency first, which is how I feel about individuals who try to compartmentalize their public space, their public image from their private image. And it can be very difficult to form a relationship with someone who strictly keeps it professional. I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? Like, if I continue to say, oh, that's great, I see your point, and then it ends there. It's like, well, there's not much to relate to. So, it's not my place to hard push someone, but I wanted to share my opinions, but it turned out to be something more of a personal attack unintentionally or something like that. You can't empathize with someone who compartmentalizes and choose not to empathize, right? People get misconceptions of you because you don't express what the conceptions are. If you choose to compartmentalize, then the part of you that are compartmentalized will not be understood. That's the limit of communication, not because it's speaking, talking, or creating. All of those versions are incomplete. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if speaking becomes even more convoluted than writing. I think the vast majority of people that I've met are far more comfortable. They tell me this, your stereotypical numbers tell me like, oh, they're more comfortable in typing. And yet, the moment speaking comes up, they would defer to the idea that since they can't speak, they will say that speaking would have been a lot more efficient. Like, well, you told me that you're better at writing and you're more comfortable in the space of writing. When did it suddenly the game change? So for me, if we're sharing these things and I really care about you, or I try to invest in you, the idea, at least I can do, at least for me, is to point out those inconsistencies and then offer my perspective as a point of discussion. But taking it subtextually personally and then constantly saying, well, it's not worth my time, it takes too long, there's too much to talk about, so I'm just not going to bother. That to me is the essence of compartmentalization. It is how people prevent themselves and excuse themselves from wanting to invest in other people. It's a really great strategy to protect yourself from any potential emotional damage or emotional defensive like exploitation, right? Words like abuse was brought up, and I understand that. So respect is where respect is due. People have my respect until they stop respecting me, right? So respect is given by default. Trust is earned. And there is, in my opinion, no trust in a relationship with someone who compartmentalized the truth, their truth. And that was my point that I was trying to make. I mean, we are in a public space, so we can keep it business-like and professional. Know that misconceptions exist whether you speak, write, or do things in public or with another person. If you withhold
those details in the first place. That's a choice you make. So blaming someone for having a misconception and then making an excuse for not being able to discuss it is also a consequence of not practicing or even doing that in the first place. At least my 2 cents. So with that said, I welcome anyone to join me in this journey of self-discovery. Feel free, yap to your daylights if you want, even through the ways of your compartmentalization. Eventually I will learn, right? I will learn that I had misconceptions. I will learn how to adapt to, if you think you're so special and super extraordinary, it's like, I agree with you, but I can't see or learn something when I'm not provided with information. I think that's the entire essence of being accused of being presumptuous. You didn't remove the presumption, did not offer information to clarify the presumptions, and then choose not to. If there are things that I will continue to invest but can't ever change, is avoidant behavior, chronic avoidant behavior, the uncontrollable normalization at the moment of parasocial relationships, the hustle culture, and the constant excuses of thriving in a medium and using another medium that they don't thrive in as an excuse. So excuses, compartmentalization, parasocial relationships, and an overall lack of willing to invest. I, at least in my opinion, will continue to try to not do less of all of those things, unless it is appropriate, which is when someone says hello, and I say hello, and they say nothing back. That's how you behave consistently, I suppose. When someone says, oh, 90% of the time I prefer to just say hi and say nothing. I also work, they also work in a profession that has very little to do with their own self-expression, then that sounds like it's a good match. It seems very convenient. If you are a good compartmentalizer, it's about business. Join a marketing team who counts by objectives. It could use your skills and your physical trait really, really well, right? Set the environment to your advantage. It's very rarely something that is concordant, but I can be proven wrong. You can, I hope someone out there who can demonstrate that, oh yeah, there are plenty of artists and musicians and teachers out there who are incredibly successful and well received when they share none of their emotions in their works that are disclosed to other people. I find it very difficult to believe. So that is why my energy that was reflected when I see someone who is constantly talking about their form of self-expression, I focus on expression. But then somehow being told that they don't do that, for very blunt slap of reality, is that if you don't, then of course people will misunderstand you. And if you don't try, that removes the doubt whatsoever. I'll never learn from anything if I don't get information, right? It's difficult. I'm still used to having friends and people who, no, they do tell me that. They spend the time. So if I'm not worth the time, that's perfectly fine. I don't stream for reciprocated clout or reciprocated generosity. But if there is any form of generosity out there that responds to my open generosity, I is sure as heck going to care about it. And that's how I show I care. So be warned. I guess this is a fair warning. you're more than welcome to come on by and join in the roller coaster ride that is trying to make sense of life and ups and downs and emotional barriers and sharing stories, you know, keeping each other motivated, maybe even angering each other and moving each other to action, what have you. Those are the things that I will continue to do until maybe someone breaks me down and cause me to not want to invest in people. It could happen. It could happen in the next year, the following year. But for now, I'm pretty happy. I'm very stable. And I think it is a privileged position from someone who don't have that privilege. And then I can also see the privileges of others that I don't have. Like a content creator that makes millions of dollars, and the millions of dollars come from the idea that they can present a compartmentalized image of themselves incredibly efficiently in order to not have to deal with constantly connecting with other people, right? That is the trade-off. I talk about this all the time. There are deficiencies in my skill set. I do not find that I find satisfaction from compartmentalizing. It's unfilling. I want to care about if my coworker is doing well or not. And they will find it, if I have a conflict of interest with that person, they will find it exhausting. The question is, will it last long enough so that we can become great friends in addition to coworkers? And usually there's a trade-off. I don't usually end up working with those coworkers for very long because business and friendship and whatnot, they kind of can create conflicts of interest. Someone once asked me, like, so what happens when you mix business and personal things and your friend screws you? And like, I'm often the guy that leaves the company when the company is successful, because then I can be the friend of the company owner. I wouldn't want to stay as someone who's invested in, who has a conflict of interest internally. So it's great to support other people in their endeavors. It's also great to be friends with them. But working in business with them, yes, it's a conflict of interest. So inherently, someone who thinks that interacting online and interacting in public and whatnot is a conflict of interest with their emotions, that's what happened today, in my opinion. It's an opportunity to learn, which I don't have the opportunity because the other person chooses not to communicate. But it's a sobering one, because realistically, this is it's likely to happen. You try to talk and then dodge. Well, can't learn from that, or it's very difficult to learn from that. And then immediately also say that none of the things you say has any ounce of emotional subtext, by saying that I have to be aware that text must be viewed literally. It's not true. It's not only literal. People speak in patterns and diction. When you read a book, if you read a book literally, that's not what I do, I guess. It's interesting that there's a double standard too between art. Well, art comes in the form of writing as well. That's my 2 cents. Take it or leave it, I suppose. And I welcome anyone else, right? It's another day, another time. It's good that we come to these conflicts of interest early so that there isn't any form of dependency or loss of investment. I don't think I've lost much, and I don't think anyone who can easily avoid people, avoid responsibility, and also like have zero emotions when they express, and tell people that they express zero emotions when they write things. That's probably easy for them too, their comfort zone. Right? All right, that's a wrap. I'm a little bit belaboring the point now. All right. So until next time, for those who are only interested in WaniKani or maybe anything else that typically comes up in the day, thank you, thank you. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and yeah, I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you.
Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第275天 is day 242. 275. 42. 275. Got a lot to go over. It was a bit of an average day yesterday. So let's go over. We had 发票, right? 发票. Oops. Good start. Oh, the top is so big. Yo. Invoice to T E G T it's blurry, the left side of T. What happens if I write the right side? It's gone. He is a weak one. Okay. T is T. I think it's, yeah. And then we have moon, right? And not shellfish? Oh, no, wait, it's the other way around. ET, which is volume. And we have way. Tiny. No, wise. Yen. Prolong. True. Cool. And Hoang. Hoang. Or flood. Alright. May want to take a look at TT again. E. Yes, so shellfish. Oh, I missed a stroke in T. T is very weak. The left side of T is very weak. That's not collectively a thing, is it? Oh, it is. It's bone. So bone is fairly weak. Alright.
承诺
Alright, let's go for an above average day. 承诺. To undertake 诺. That's Naruto. Oh, promise to undertake the promise, right? Promise.
承诺灭绝
灭绝灭Icky electricity plants. Oh, the fanning of the flames with a gigantic, whimsical. Oh, extinguish, right? Whimsical halberd. Or is that a battle axe? It looks like a battle axe. Don't quite know the difference between a battle axe and a halberd. Oh, halberd doesn't have to. Yeah. And Jie, Jie is to cut off. So extinguish and cut off. To go extinct.
灭绝血液
血液 blood, yeah. Liquid. Blood liquid. Okay. Oops.
血液
Yeah.
暴风雨
暴风雨暴 violent 风 wind rain storm 暴风雨
暴风雨半途而废
半途而废 half 途而废 go up halfway. Oh, I was about to say this reminded me of the half finish that we got recently. Root, right? Root. We just got root 图 and 头 in WaniKani. 半途而废半途而废 Oh, I noticed that you can actually separate these a little to the left and to the right to make room. It's a little bunker thing. So half route and hey. Discard. Oh, to give up halfway. Yeah. Okay. Leave something unfinished. To leave something. To quit halfway. Yeah, gave up halfway. On to our fei.
半途而废
Relatable. Relatable giving up halfway. Sometimes I feel like it's more like giving up before you even start situation.
承诺
Oh.
灭绝，
灭绝。
半途而废，
Oops, I've got the up.
血液，
Yeah. Oops. Missed the tone there. Up.
暴风雨，
暴风雨。消灭 eliminate, to make disappear and extinguish. Eliminate.
消灭，
消灭。
作废，
作废。Done. 废。Done discarded. Or make discarded, or do discarded to become invalid. Invalid, okay.
作废，液体，
液体 liquid tea embody liquid embody okay liquid okay a liquid body yeah
液体，
液体 another tea
暴力，
暴力 violent power violence
暴力，墨，
more oh that kind of oh interesting that kind of wow oh more really it reminds me of the silence more only this more right Mario is in the bathroom of the office building where he has a cubicle job. He accidentally got some black ink on his white collared shirt. Mario? Interesting. And is in the process of trying to wash it out with water from the bathroom sink. To no avail. Desperate, he takes out some soil from his pocket and tries rubbing that on the black mark. Just makes it worse. Good enough, I suppose. 墨水 墨镜 That's
墨，
okay.
消灭，
Yeah.
液体， 作废，
废
暴力，
暴力
墨，
Alright.
磨，
More? Ooh, that kind of looks like a more as well. The grind. Okay, Mario is inside the lobby of the office building, which are turned into a miniature shack. Woods. Dang it. Miniature woods. Which turned into... Okay. He sits next to a small shack, grinding a piece of stone. It kind of reminds me of the other one. Mo. What was the other one for Mo? Scrub. Or rub. I think it's rub. Or no, I think it's scrub. Mo. Deals with the whole similar thing.
He has a shack and a forest or woods. A piece of stone to make a tool to cut down the woods that has infested the office building. His boss, wearing a white collar shirt and tie, oversees him grinding the stone to make sure that he... So Mario inside the office building, right? Where he works in a shack with wood-like decor and crafts. He is selling, right, maybe like supplies that he builds from wood and stone as a side gig. As a side gig to his plumbing job. All right. Torment. 折磨. Interesting.
Mo. Lu.
Ooh. A stove. I think a stove is also used to describe a microwave. It's something Lu, maybe. Oh no, maybe not. Luke Skywalker. We meet again. Luke Skywalker is inside the living room of the house, sitting next to the stove with his pet tiger. Alright, who is cuddled up next to the Jedi. Okay, he keeps the fire going in the stove by throwing rice stacks from the rice field right next to him into the fire. Right next to him. And some wooden dishes that he has stacked up next to him. Oh, it's probably gonna be like Dianlu, electric stove. Dianlu is feels like something that I would hear, possibly. And maybe like gas stove. Which one with gas? A Yolu? No. Qilu. There might also be heater using stove. Oh, it is furnace, yeah. So like Niolu or something like that. There's electric stove. Dianlu. Fireplace. Bilu. No B. There's microwave. Yeah, it was microwave. What is it? Weibo. Oh, Weibo. Makes sense. Weibo. Oh, there's the cooking one. Lu. Dao. Don't have Zhao yet. Okay. How do I feel about this? A tiger, fire, rice field, dishes. You know. Luke, right, is inside his house, chilling by the fire in the stove or furnace, right? Hanging with his companion, Tiger, which that's actually not that unheard of in the Star Wars universe. After finishing farming, right? After finishing with the taking care of the rice field. And enjoying resting over some dishes. His companion. Seems a bit Lukish. A later Lukish, I suppose.
炉植
To breed. Great skeleton. James Bond is inside the house where he is undercover on a strange mission investigating breeding skeletons. Intriguing. There are 2 rows of skeletons lined up in straight lines. Every couple of minutes, the 2 skeletons at the front of the straight line get together and breed, and a second later, a new baby skeleton pops out. Alright, breed into extent. Then skeleton families sit on the couch and carpet all waiting around doing nothing much at all. I guess reproduce is pretty good too. Maybe they're looking lined up in straight lines. Maybe like a manufacturing line. Or like exoskeletons or something. Things inside. Infiltrating. Infiltrating a secret laboratory house where they are reproducing high-tech exoskeletons. In a straight in like a straight factory line, or mass producing, I guess, like mass production. The house part's gonna be a little rough. 殖民地 breed members or clan interesting. That's an interesting way to think about a colony. Breed 繁殖 numerous breed. Huh.
植扩
Quaw. I dropped another quaw before. Arrange. Doesn't look like this quaw though. Right? I think I only have one other quaw. Just kidding. Oh, it's include. Include, it looks like it. Enlarge is okay. Qual for enlarge. I don't have board yet, which is the current one, right? I was thinking of include, not arrange. Dang it. What is arrange? Tuo. Is tuo arrange? Tuo. Yes. Oh, they both have finger. Okay. It still doesn't look like Qual. Qual has finger. Okay. Qual, board, broad, not board, broad, wide. Oh, that kind of lines up with the other Qual. It kind of. Not Qual, sorry. Quan. 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 Yeah, Quan. Which lines up with Qua because the right hand is very similar. Oh no, just kidding. I think I'm thinking of wide. Oh no. And then, oh, and enlarge. No, it's enlarge is what I'm thinking of in terms of core. Yeah. So many. Koopa is in the bathroom of the office building where there's a plumbing issue. Okay, water sprays through the broad gap between the saloon doors of one of the stalls. Okay. Koopa rips out his abnormally broad tongue that's not checking out and puts in that's not gonna help. Okay. Tongue is the other thing that is not great. So, but lesser. Right, tongue, elbows, arm, tongue, elbows, legs, those things. So tongue, I don't know how to use tongue yet. Yeah, no idea how to use tongue. Like an alternative to tongue. Unless it ends up being useful for like tasting something. Okay. Alright. So Koopa is in the bathroom of the office building, doing some plumbing or hot fixing a plumbing job, which typically Mario does, but Koopa doesn't like Mario's, right? Or doesn't gel well with Mario. Water is spraying everywhere between a gap, the saloon doors of a stall, right? That one's fine. So he took out a wide or broad adhesive strip of adhesive that is activated by licking it with his tongue, I guess. I try to patch it up. Pretty wild. Liao Kuo. I don't think I have that Liao. Kuo Chuo. Chuo. No, don't have that either.
或
Kuo seems like it's going to be tough.
挖
Wah. Big. Oh boy. I see a walking dollhouse. I start running. Run for the hills. Walter White is in front of the auditorium where he is digging with his fingers a hole into a dead walking dollhouse. Trying to get what's inside. Once he digs through, he finds a concert ticket inside. Next to him, another walking dollhouse that he dug through. So this is the second time he's done. Oh. Walking dollhouse. Not great. I want to change it to some sort of like fancy enclosure, but not enclosure itself. Can't really pivot. And he has fingers. This has fingers in it too. To make a dig at. Oh. Waku. Interesting. Oh, hey. Here's a combination I haven't seen. But we did see the right hand with the flag and the exit today in Japanese. This one's the weakest.
蛙
No contest.
磨蛙直阔炉
Oh, we have extra characters. Lots of extra characters today. I thought that was the last one. Mien? Or cotton? Mickey Mouse is inside the pawn shop looking for some cotton to buy. Okay. A white towel made of cotton is for sale, but Mickey thinks the pawn shop is too expensive. He decides to get a secondhand cotton tree instead. When the shop owner isn't looking, he grabs it and runs out the door saying, "Nobody tries to rip off the mouse." Oh my. I mean, it's good enough. Mianhua. Mianbei. That's Mianshao. Miansha.
棉木
Ooh. Brave. There's a coffin and there's soil. What was the other? What was curtain? I feel like curtain had something to do with a tree next to a coffin. But what was down here? Oh, it was a towel. Okay, so no tree, just towel on the bottom. They both move. Mulan is in the bathroom of the house making a fake grave to fake her death so that she can join the army under a different name. She piles a bunch of soil into the corner and lowers her coffin into a dip in the pile of soil. Closes the coffin and buries it with some more soil, completing the grave. I mean, sure. And move. Don't know what Fen is yet. Gung Mu. Public cemetery. Interesting. As opposed to public grave. Mu Di. Graveyard. Mu Bay. I don't know what that stone is yet. A bay or bay?
木谋
Oh, scheme. You do kind of look like a Mario thing. Oh, you do kind of look like a mole as well. Oh no, It's more like mole. Or like fool? Mole. Oh, heck, it's certain. Oh no. I screwed up again. Certain. Although, I think mole? Oh, no, it's not. Dang it. I don't know what I'm thinking of then. Could be May. May. Okay, mole. Alright, mole. Mario is inside the bakery where a basket hangs on top of a tree. The basket hanging on top of a tree. In the next corner, I wonder how many baskets and trees there are. I feel like wooden basket is what we're gonna convert that into. In the corner next to the croissants, Mario is trying to find a scheme to get the basket down from the tree. He tries going out of control. Mario is inside the bakery. Taking a break from plumbing, right? Plumbing. And ordered scheme. Try to set up a scheme where he trades his services. Set up a scheme through words. Trade his services for lifetime supplies, lifetime supplies of wooden baskets of croissants as compensation. It's okay. Scheme is kind of a little bit underhand though. Ying more negative scheme. Conspiracy. Mosha. Interesting. Oh, mole, not mole. Mole.
某叠
Yeah, to tumble. Not the same as jai. Oh, it could be like jai die, die jai. I feel like they can go together probably. Tumble is very specific. Kong is inside the electricity plant where he is giving the groom a tour of the premises. Okay. Unfortunately, the groom's wooden leg dropped off, causing him to tumble on the ground. Diddy then tumbles over the wooden leg and into the fire of one of the generators where he is incinerated. Ah. Heaven, please. Diddy is inside the electricity plant. Sure, giving a tour of the plant for a soon-to-be groom with a wooden leg. While Diddy was horsing around. Not horsing around, but monkeying around. He accidentally caused the groom to drop his leg and hit got incinerated. The generator. Okay. Plummet. Oh, yeah. Violent drop and violent tumble. Shot, yeah. Interesting. So it didn't get paired up. Or
叠
for the vocabulary anyways. It's not that it doesn't exist. There's a chance it still exists. Just not added as vocabulary. Tumble.
绑
Bong. Bong. There's kind of a pung in there a bit. And a fung. Roster. Tree and sea captain. Definitely a pung. Bart Simpson is in the basement of the chapel hiding from his parents. Suddenly he sees a sea captain enter with a bunch of priests and nail a ship roster onto a small, just say wooden board that is in the middle of the basement. Once they leave, Bart Simpson runs over, adds his name to the roster so he can become king of the pirates. Yep. That's the origin story of Bart Simpson, the king of the pirates. Okay. Bart in the basement of the chapel, right? Hiding from the boring service, right? Boring service and his parents. Notice a wooden board with a roster posting by a sea captain. Quickly signs on and runs away for a bit. Okay. Alright. Roster, huh?
绑
White towel. Why is that a white towel? Oh. The heck? White towel. Oh, I forgot entirely the white part. Oh, okay. That's so great.
木 绑 谋 叠
The heck? I don't think I written the... Did I? Oh. Sort of.
年
Oh, man's kind of weak. Alright. Try to complete this in a sound and orderly fashion. What the coyote?
杰出，
他是一位杰出的科学家。
What?
“仓”谦画
？Am I missing something? Why am I? Oh, that is not show. Is it? Pretty sure that's show. I genuinely have no idea. Oh, it's Jia. Dang it. Okay. That's a new one. So, how did I mix this up for Jia? Already down one. Oh, to commend. Oh no, I missed the drum thing. Dang. Well, that's disappointing.
氧气
我需要氧气才能燃。
沙
What? Oh, that's wired fence probably.
去世
他爷爷是前年去世的。
I don't know what happened there at the moment.
安让座
给老人让座。
To like give up, to offer the seat, it's to yield your seat.
折
Oops, 2.
台5指
Oh.
可嘉
他的努力是非常可嘉的。
What? Wait, what? Huh. Was this before I changed it to dangerous? What else could this be? We have a dagger, dagger cliff, postage, wooden leg. Some part of me. Oh wait, just kidding.
贵
It isn't.
元
Oh no, how do I think it's no idea.
孔
It's fear or afraid or dread. Courage. No.
职业
他的职业是律师。
It's a job or profession or occupation.
蹲 沿着
他沿着海滩跑步。
Pretty sure it's die. Die 什么？ 待遇。
待遇
这家餐厅对客人的待遇很好。
Wow. I wasn't expecting to get that, honestly.
笔直
笔直走。
饭
I don't know what that is. It's lost. What the heck? Oh.
灰色
它的眼睛是深灰色的，
I thought it was wired fence. Or oh, maybe it's like wired mesh. Oh my god. Okay, sure. Rip. I went with my gut. Didn't work.
全
Hmm. Oh, it's like
举例
举例说明，
举例说明. What is that? For example, or an example. Like to bring up an example. Yeah, to give an example. Examples. Oh, that's no, not the. It's afraid, fear, scared, dread. Oh. Okay.
见
Uh. Hmm. Okay. How does that work? No, right?
恶意
他的话没有恶意，
恶意 Alice? I really thought that was fine. I don't know what's going on there. Hmm. I kind of want to type. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. 我们不能 something 主负面 The key is the character that I'm forgetting. I swear it's cool. Oh, I might have.
I have no idea. Oh, wait. That's not... Oh, yeah, it is. Or... No, it's not. It's not. I screwed up. I got it, I think. Oops. Match.
洒水壶，
他买了一个绿色的洒水壶。
女郎，
她是一位美丽的女郎。
No, wait, this is the.
的，
Just kidding. The. Not no.
太平洋，
太平洋是最大的海洋。
实验，
实验在实验室进行。
实验在实验室进行。Or like confirm, check, true, experiments. Oh, okay, fine.
体，
Pretty sure this is match.
袖珍，
这是一个袖珍计算机。
袖珍. Oh my gosh, pocket size. That's gonna... We're gonna lose that eventually.
醒悟，
她终于醒悟到自己的错误。
Oh, we just got
睡眠，
睡眠
today
对健康很重要。
in Japanese.
阵地，
攻击敌人的阵地。
like battle position, like position.
抢救，
我从树上抢救了3只猫。
Oh no.
选拔，
这间公司只选拔最好的候选人。
Okay. What? Oh. Wait.
碰到，
我昨天刚巧碰到他。
I think this is
裹足不前，
我们不能裹足不前。
I don't know what the expression is though. I think that's wrap, right? Wrap legs, but before. Hesitate before moving forward. Those aren't the words, but
Like we shouldn't, hesitate to proceed. It's fine. Hesitate before moving forward is still relatively similar. Okay.
侧
Oh no. What the bamboo gloves?
答案
他知道问题的答案。
or I guess. Didn't quite think that through.
磨 赶
Uh-oh. Oh, shaft. Oh, that's weak.
蒙受
他蒙受不公平的批评。
It's kind of like cover what's accepted, so take on, or how does that? They like to take on, suffer. Yeah. I'm gonna say to take on is pretty on. Do I have endure? Maybe endure is a little too far. Whoops.
压 E
E is kind of weak. Or answer, that's fine. What the...
《淡季》
现在是旅游淡季，
It's a mild season, like an off season, a mild season. Okay. Heck. No. Tread. Whoops.
道
I misspelled that.
自私
自私是一种缺点。
Private life, maybe? Or no. Privacy. What incarnation?
活跃
他是一个活跃的成员。
平凡
我不喜欢频繁的通知。
宝贝
这只小猫真是个可爱的宝贝。
What the deuce? Wait. Let's I don't
呼
okay. I don't understand the one radical. That's a sheep? Oh, sheep plus big. Interesting. Instead of beautiful.
悲伤，
这是一部非常悲伤的电影。
Or like super sad or really sad, just I mean tragic is pretty good.
负，
Oh no. Okay. Hmm. Ugh. I'm gonna have to think about. Oh, I know what that is.
载客，
那辆公车正在载客，
What? It carries passengers? Okay. What? Oh no. I don't remember what this is. Was he Qing的李子 or 老子 No, that's Li Zi. I feel like it's kind of something about respect. Invite, respectfully invite, or something like that. Maybe like... Okay.
fade,
Oh, that is fading fast. Oh, that's... Oh, no. Lungs. That's fading fast. I think this is... Hmm. Hmm.
"账户，
我在银行开了一个账户，
算账，
月底的时候我们要算账。
No, this is lost. I can't think of... Wait, oh my goodness. It's brittle again. Alright, So we're switching it up. Brittle just doesn't work, and moon sucks so hard too. It's like a combination of a change in things. Man, brittle. Oh, and it's Qing for pure. I double taked on that, so it's the whole thing. So Qing Cui. Pure and brittle is crisp, right? Probably crisp. Alright. Qing has say in it. Alright, so how do we get around the brittle thing? Brittle is like I got it. Well, let's just change that up now. Oh no, wait. I can't incorporate brittle. Fragile. Alright, so Cupid is in the bathroom. The beach house. Setting up decorating for the honeymoon. Right. Oh, that's interesting. Honeymoon. Not sure if this is gonna help me out or throw me off of the deep end. Decorating for the honeymoon. Fragile. Sometimes like couples can be fragile. So he is decorating. No. I think we're just gonna stick with this. It's not that great. It's gotta stick with it. Break it down. And I don't know how to get brittle in there. Rough. Privacy. Private life. Privacy.
撤换
公司撤换了经理，
Oh, really? What?
飞往
飞往上海。
This is selfish. Might as well add selfish because that's definitely not what I get from that. Oh. That's definitely not what I get.
撤离
居民必须撤离。
这里
病症
他的病症很复杂，
群岛
这些群岛上有许多热带植物。
Oops. That's a typo.
半岛
这座城市坐落在一个半岛上，
厌食症
厌食症需要专业的医疗辅助。
清脆，
我爱清脆的梨子。
加，
I really thought this was... Maybe it's... I remember there's something wrong with this. I keep thinking it's the pawn shop, but it's not the pawn shop. I think.
舰队，
I still have yet to overcome that. It's complimentary gift. I think.
债主，
债主不愿意再给他时间。
军舰，
军舰上有很多士兵。
What the... Oh, that didn't work.
敌视，
他因为不同意见而遭受了同事的敌视。
What? Enemy look? Or hostility? Okay. That's fine.
"路障，
警察设置了路障来控制交通。
赠送，
公司赠送客户一些纪念品。
Oh no, it's not complimentary gift. Oh no, it's not gift. It's a praise. They're sending praise. Maybe complimenting or praising. That's a bit of a stickler. We had Jung and Jung, or the other one is gift. Gift and praise are the two. Slowly working on them.
搭，
That one sucks. What? Oh, that's a typo. What's another way to say tendency? Inclination. How do I do English manner with Kirby? Oh.
星，
Oh, wrong order. 公司的将送客户一些 I thought that is. And praise. To send like compliments and stuff to gift. I mean that's fine. It's still gifting. So it was the gift one. That's fine. There's also a complimentary gift. I don't know where the complimentary one is kind of sus.
玄
Yeah, man. Put up in this one. Like revolve. Oh my god. We're gonna have to work. We're gonna have to work them into something else. But this was what? Yen. Not yen. Or highs. I have no idea.
烈 赖 伤亡
战争造成了许多伤亡，
辱 少
No idea. Still.
症状
我有流感的症状，
乙
That's rough. No, there's no chance. Hun, oh my gosh. Oh, it was Patrick, not Yoshi, that I'm using the same mnemonic. I guess we'll just on that. It was either Yoshi saving something for Mario or Patrick saving something for to buy later. So it's like hope for. I guess we just line it up with what? Pan 1, right? Pan 1. Yep, to hope for Pan 1. Uh-oh. Oh no.
盼鼓西
What the foreman and 对强关 强关 and gun something gun. Sensitive. Hmm.
中机械
农场需要更多现代化的机械。
可怜
这只小狗非常可怜。
Hmm. What? What the deuce?
鸡住
Hmm.
院
It's we can use institution, but courtyard is fine. Institutions. Okay. Speaking of what I was talking about earlier,
扩音器
扩音器坏了，
扩音器，扩音器。
移植
这棵树被移植到了花园的另一侧。
下山
我们什么时候下山？
毫秒
1秒包含1000毫秒。
月吃醋
他常常吃醋，但不会说出来。
观赏
观赏歌剧演出。
线
Oh no. I'm getting the two.
周
I talked about this too. I'm getting the two mixed up, I think. And yeah, gonna have to stoop on that. Oh, that's total.
葡萄
葡萄汁含有很多糖。
辞职
他决定辞职。
Sure, this is sensitive. And I'm looking for dexterity. Really thought it was like 敏感.
敏感
他对强光很敏感。
What?
围绕
我的生活围绕着中文。
Like revolves around, goes around. Yeah, okay. What? Oh, Tong Ma. Tong Ma. Yao? Yao Quinn. Yao. Hold on, I need to reevaluate that.
喝醉
喝醉后，他什么都不记得了。
偷偷
他们偷偷地逃出了房子。
湖
Oh man. Oh wait, I got it. No, I really thought that was it. Oh no. That was a typo. It's fine. It's fine. There's still hope.
圆珠笔
我的圆珠笔是蓝色的。
What about this? I thought this was the balancing thing. Right? What is that saying? 这是一 something 各单 Oh, second rock music. What it was? Yao Gun. Yao Gun. Oh yeah.
摇滚乐
I
这
messed
是一
up
首摇
yeah.
滚乐歌单。
I say yao. It sounded so weird.
违法，
这是违法的。
Ugh. I didn't feel too good about that. Oh, really? This is like deadline. Or at that time. Yeah.
届时，饼干，
这些饼干很好吃。
款，
thick and brittle.
脆，
That's probably the most disappointing.
口臭，
它有口臭。
斜线，
文件名中不能包含斜线。
I found this. What was it? I think. No! I have no idea. Oh, this is gonna... Oh, man. This is so annoying. Is it like quit? Oh, it's not quit. Hmm. Oh, this is what? That's definitely B. Coin. Yeah. Oh, Ying B.
硬币，
Ying B. I keep getting back and front, like my back mixed up with this one. Let me see. What can I think about? North Pole and a moon. The other one is definitely... Oh. It could be the other one instead. Oops. That's a typo. No, it's definitely T.
痛骂，
他痛骂了他的秘书。
Yeah, this is so aggravating. This is probably the... What? I did type Bay T. Wait, what did I type? And this is to abandon or quit, right? Well, I guess it's more abandon. I typed Bay and Buy. But I typed Bay first.
背弃，
他
Oh,
背弃了他的朋友。
maybe I typed the wrong... Oh man, I went down a rabbit hole despite trying to type Bei Chi first. So
Yeah, because Bei is back, right? Is this? Yeah, this is back. So I don't actually know what the other thing is. I typically assume it's back. But there's something else that I get mixed up. What is it? It's not Bei. It's not this Bei either. What looks like this? I don't even know what the meaning is either. That's one for the books. No, I didn't learn anything from the first guess. This was supposed to be my first guess. My first feeling, which deals with like either abandoning, which is a person, or quitting on a person, right? Or giving up on a person. Abandon. Alright. That's not less disappointing now. Definitely less disappointing. Okay. So what's the most disappointing? Pun. Pun is very disappointing. 知思知知知思知思 I gotta check. Better check this now. 记 where's 知? Wait, why is it not listed here? Oh, whoops. So there's a bunch of private stuff, right? 自己 is self. 自私 so the ego, we gotta think of it as ego, not I. Self-respect is fine. Self-pity is fine. Self-confidence, believe in self, that's fine. And then we have to go into 私. Okay, 私人 for private. 隐私. Oh, it deals with some sort of hidden stuff. Okay. 私人 for 私人 for private. There's still more. There's still more character overlap. What else? 人? I think 人 might have something too. Yourself, 本人, 本人. That's pretty identifiable. Okay, it's not as crazy as private. Okay, private's good. Self. Oh, there's that self too. Using this, which we have 自己. Intimate is 知. Okay, that's actually not that bad. And then it goes on to 知. So the difference, the two that I need to separate from is 自己 versus 自私. Okay. Alright. And then I have a recency thing. Oh, che. And then che. Understood. Pretty good, pretty decent day. Alright. So yeah, mu. More. The oh no, not the Lu.
This one's kind of a oop shoot. Or more. This one's kind of a poop shoot. Wow. Sure. Mian. Mo. Yeah. Okay. Fei. Some of these are a little bit wonky. That's to become invalid. Oh, to become invalid. Very sus. Nope, that's not it. Mie is pretty weak too. Mie. Mie jue. Bao fen yu. Cheng. Oh. It's kind of hard to see that stuff. Oh, this is weak. Promise. Is that Chinese? It's Chinese, yeah. Traditional Chinese. No. Yeah. How did the yeah work? Right. How do you even read those? Everything looks very similar. Art. Pictures in a box. Yeah. Art. Art is the way. I'm being pedantic. Or not, I'm being pedantic. I'm being reductive. But art could help. I can't actually see what that is. Bun something R. It's like give up halfway. Yeah. Ban tu R fei. On is half, to, route, R, and fei. Are these words or letters? Both. That's the thing about Chinese characters or things related to this type of writing system. They're both letters and words at the same time. Xiao, 消灭. It's the reason why I can write these. So these lus and pinyin, it's because they're both words and letters at the same time. Yeti. Ali. Alright, let's go over today's characters. So we have Mulan in the bathroom of the house, or house, using a coffin. Coffin and some soil. It's to fake her death, to create a grave to fake her death. On Mario. And we have Mario, who's in the bathroom of the office building. Oh no, not in the bathroom of the office then. That's the wrong. Oh yeah, no, it is. In the office building. He has a black stain. Black ink stain. And well, he's a plumber, not a cleaner. Tried to clean it with his soil and made it worse with some soil. What does that even mean? It's a mnemonic. It's part of the mnemonic. That's how I'm getting the reads first. Let's see. Luke Skywalker, who's in the... This is the real-time demonstration of what the mnemonic system that HanziHero uses. Luke Skywalker is in the house. Chilling out from working in the field. In the field with his companion tiger. In front of a fire in a stove, sharing some dishes. So each tier in that single letter is a syllable. Each tier in that single... No, there are no syllables. Or... Okay, hang on. If syllables equates to a sound, right? I think that's what we're gonna go with. If syllable equates to a sound, like if you're defining a syllable as a sound, there are like every single character is a syllable. Every character is a syllable. Now, if you're talking about sound construction, this mnemonic is what they do is they break the sound for the syllable into 3 components. These components start with an initial and a final put together with a tone. And there are 4 tones. So, B plus
I. So this is the initial. And this is the final. So when you put ba and I together, you have bai, right? But bai has 4 tones. Bai, 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 and bai. And sometimes, but this is not one of the ones, but there's also bai. Bai is just neutral. But neutral is not considered a functional tone for most quote unquote syllables. So the mnemonic has to determine who the initial is. The initial is a person. The final is a place. And the location is the tone. So when I say Luke Skywalker is inside the house, it's saying that it's Lu plus no final. So there's no final. So it's just Lu. And he's inside the house. So it's tone 2, which is going up. So then that is Lu. This character is Lu. And in order to read the character, the rest of the story holds up. So Luke Skywalker is inside the house, coming back from the field with his companion Tiger, who is sitting in front of the fire stove sharing a dish. So when you have the field, when you're decoupling this is fire, the character for fire. This is the character for tiger. Character for field, and then character for dish. So when you put it all together, this is Lu, and that's the one character. And it's a single syllable from an English standpoint. Lu is a single syllable because it sounds like one syllable. So when you combine this with something else like Dian, right? If you combine Dian, you have Dian Lu, which is electric stove. So when you sound it out, it kind of sounds like 2 or 3 syllables. Generally, a character is kind of like 2 syllables slapped together in English. 2 sounds. You're running 2 sounds together. And then the tone, English does have tones. Just they don't serve any function outside of like asking a question. English has uptone and downtone, which you're probably familiar with. If you, if somebody keeps talking like this and never ends his sentences and always keep on going and you never know when it's going to end, that's uptone. So that's 2. And then downtone is whenever you end a sentence, that was downtone. Sentence, it's going downward. So, there are tones in English, just very, very few consistently. So that's kind of the quickest summary, like a quickish summary of the Chinese language. Now, in terms of writing form, every single character has a different... So now, if you're thinking about it, each character has a meaning component. And the reading component has unlimited, like, we're gonna say anywhere from 1 to like 5 parts. So that means any combination of 1 to 5 parts creates a new character. And each character can have any one of, I forgot how many initials there are. I can show you very quickly what the initials are. So sounds look like this. It's a chart. I don't know how many initials there are. 1, 2, 3. Is this only shown initials? Okay. So total, if you look at it total, there are 50 plus 51, 5 across, 11. So 51. There's roughly 80. Let's just say roughly 80 split. So there are like 80 different parts of initials and finals. So imagine them being combined in different ways, right? It's always made up of two things, and any two things can go into it. So it's that many combinations, and that's all the syllables and sounds, the syllables of the Chinese language. Now the thing about the Chinese language is there are fewer syllables, actually. Fewer syllables than English. In a way. It's fewer syllables by initial and final. But then all those syllables have 4 tones. And that's where the breadth, like the depth of the language comes from. The tone quadruples all the combinations of syllables. And then when you're reading Chinese, all these characters create all the combinations of those words, of the words that are composed, or of the characters. And then those characters are combined to create words or concepts or something. So as opposed to like thinking of it as a letters, so there aren't technically letters in Chinese. There are condensations of concepts. That's kind of a really roundabout way. In Japanese, there are things. Japanese has 2 systems. It actually there's hybrid system for Japanese, where there is a concept of kana that leads to letters and syllables. And that is written in a character form. I'm not doing something like this. There's a Taiwanese system largely that converts same way. I'm actually using English. So I'm using this pinyin system to write and represent the sounds or the syllables of the Chinese language. And then I'm converting them into the characters. So then that's basically what you spend a lot of time expanding. You expand characters, and then the rest is like contextual. You need to use context and whatnot to construct sentences and whatnot. So all of this does not involve, everything that I've said doesn't involve any form of like conversation or systems or grammar or sentence stuff. It's largely to expand the readability of characters. And it's kind of fun. It's fun looking at these things. Like it's very much like if you see a circle, right? You could say that's a circle, or you could write the word circle, and then circle has 2 syllables, right? Sir and ko. But you could write sir as in s, and k o, so k o, right? And then the concept is very complicated. A circle is many things. It can also be a sphere. It can also be a flat circle drawing. It could be 0. So that's what these characters are. These characters represent all of many of these concepts. And then these characters then can be combined with other characters to create the nuance between, are you referring to a 0 or a circle? And That is the wonders of learning this type of system. It's related to Japanese as well, and it's also related to Korean. Actually, most of the Eastern Hemisphere, like the Pan-Asian area, have some semblance to this type of system. Interesting, you know? Interesting. I don't know if you're interested in learning another language. I mean, you do work in computer science, so I think it would be far more interesting to run parallels with syntax. Right? Syntax and the idea of like lower level languages in computational work. You could imagine each of these characters as objects, and then some of these characters belong to a couple classes at a higher level, and then the vocabulary, and then these objects need particular syntax, and they come with specific parameters that you must be consistent about. And without the proper, parameters or valid syntax, you can't construct the object, right? And then the object contains all of the syntax and parameters of the characters, and then those characters can become vocabularies to form a class of meanings, and then all of that could be packaged, right? Could convert into a package filled with related functionalities. Actually, that might not be the same order for all computational language. I'm kind of trying to draw on Python, those languages might be rearranged, like which hierarchy it is, like class and object and package. Hopefully that was interesting, Blue. Alright, so let's go back. So we have Koopa, who's in the bathroom of, I think, people who are in computer science, who's learning like a lower language, find that learning a natural language is very enriching. Like it enriches and enlightens the appreciation for constructed languages. Computer language being largely, many of them being constructed language, right? And then natural languages have their idiosyncrasies. So one of those things to balance the joy of having something that's naturally occurring versus something that is constructed by logic. I think it's a large coincidence right now. I don't think it's causal, but many people who are in computer science happen to also be people who dabble in either Chinese or Japanese, or possibly even Korean. Coincidence. I mean, it's corollary, but coincidental probably. Let's see. So we have Koopa is in the bathroom of the office, being relegated to fix a problem. There's water spraying from the saloon doors. So he decided to pull out a broad strip of adhesive that's activated by licking it with his tongue. Then we have Mario, who's in the office building, starting up a new craft once again. He's operating from a shack with a lot of woodsy decor. And he's selling He's selling wooden tools that he grind and create with the stone.
It's a side hustle from his plumbing job. Then we have Walter White, who's in front of the auditorium. This is probably a weak one. Auditorium. Guess he has like a... He's found digging in his fancy walking dollhouse stash. His second one with his fingers to find his ticket. It's a really weak one. Don't know what to do with that one. Too restrictive. Alright. So we have James Bond, who's infiltrating a house with a secret laboratory that has a straight mass-produced production line for high-tech exoskeletons. Of production or reproduction, I suppose. Reproduction. Okay, then we have Mickey. Mickey entering the pawn shop. Looking to buy some cotton. He saw some white towels and noticed that they were really expensive. So instead, he decided to opt to grow his own cotton by buying a nascent cotton tree. Not sure how that works too. That's a little bit neat. That's a little bit meh. Yeah, Bart Simpson, who ran off to the basement of the chapel, hiding from the boring service and his parents. He noticed on a wooden board a roster call hosted by a sea captain. So he goes missing for a couple days. Alright. Then we have Mario. Mario inside the bakery, approaching the baker. He has a scheme that he wants to settle, to create with his words, where he trades his services for a wooden bucket. A wooden bucket of croissants with each service done. And we have Diddy Kong, who is in the electricity plant. Giving a tour to some soon-to-be groom who happens to have a wooden leg. Due to his monkeying around, the groom tumbled and his wooden leg accidentally got incinerated. Okay. 2 vocabulary words today. 清确. Uh-oh. Oh no. That's not it. Somehow. Was it probably Beanstalk and Moon, right?
Che. Che was... This is crisp. And then 自私 私 I think I missed a stroke. That's fine. This is selfish. Yeah, 2 characters. Very disappointing ones. Jia, which is new-ish. Commend. And Han. Which is hope for. All right. Well, that's a wrap for today. Long day, of course. It's our lesson day. Not doing an Inktober prompt today. Try to do the double Inktober prompt tomorrow. Catch up on time. Catch up. Good rest. Yeah. That's a wrap for our HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. You know, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. I'm gonna try to echo something. I'm gonna try to echo something from WaniKani, right, for my next statement. Right, you're always welcome to come on by, share some stories. We can exchange ideas, share perspectives, right? However, lately, or maybe it's not uncommon when people start to engage in sharing and talking and whatnot, that there is a very common pattern that I observe, which I tend to share very openly. Whether you take that personally or not, that is kind of on me. Open generosity tends to either be rejected and or possibly even ignored, right? Either rejected or ignored. Oftentimes though, when someone finds that they are taking it personally, that can create a bit of conflict of interest. And oftentimes I do feel that when I'm stating something that is observed, it can be misconstrued as taking something personally. And then from that, I can ascertain whether that is accurate or not, right? However, there is a big if in all of this. And that is when I talk about sharing, I'm talking about mutual exchange and sharing. So if someone approaches me and suggests like, oh yeah, they're into this, right? They like having conversations, exchanging ideas. They like to be compassionate, empathetic, and sympathetic and whatnot. I take that with the utmost sincerity. So I tend to try to do that by default, whether I'm talking to someone or not. I often talk to do self-talking, prepare myself for my future self, that type of thing, or reflect on my younger self. But it is no walk in the park when I say something and I point it out and someone defends it despite telling me something else. That is when I point out inconsistencies and self-contradictions, right? I believe and respect when people tell me something, but when you spend most of your time telling me that I misconstrued something, or I'm not inferring properly or presuming something, and then you're telling me to ignore my subtextual understanding of people, that's not an attempt to sympathize or empathize at all. That's more of a protective measure, which I will respect the distance. The thing that kind of feels a little bit of a bamboozle is when you portray yourself as someone who wants to empathize, who believes in expression and exchange of ideas, only to spend a lifetime, or spend whatever lifetime I have, because, you know, I only talk to strangers every, like, maybe an hour or two and I never hear from them again. Or maybe we come to an impasse, because ultimately, I think whether you're typing or speaking them, if your mannerism is suggesting that you type and say you spend time, you want, desire to express things to other people and be loving and compassionate, then I'll treat you as such a person. That is my way of demonstrating that I'm listening. But instead, oftentimes that can also lead to situations where someone would say they're one thing, but they act like another thing. And that's perfectly all right, provided that I got a learning experience out of it and they continue to educate me on what it is that I miss, right? However, that is very different when someone says, the problem is you, and because it's so complicated, I'm so special and I know so much about myself and I won't take the effort to explain all these misconceptions. In my opinion, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Literally what happened today was the idea that I was told that I can't infer things or imbue emotions into someone's form of expression, because somehow there's a double standard for how people express things. When you type a sentence and say, I hate you, it is to be taken literally with no emotional subtext. That is because this person decided that writing just happens to be a little different from speaking. Well, if they have their ways of subtextually expressing them. Changing the name of the game and then saying it's too complicated to explain things, that to me is saying the opposite of what you're presenting yourself. So that means I learn nothing. I don't get to learn anything. And then when the time comes when the person suggested that, will I listen? I sit there and I wait it. And I wait it. And what happens is the person literally explained to me that they do not want to invest the time in explaining it. That's exactly my point. So, whether you're intent or not, misconceptions happen when you decide to present yourself like this infallible, incomprehensible entity that somehow whenever someone probes and asks you to explain the form of your expression and you refuse and make excuses about the medium's limitations, my thought was interesting, because if words are viewed literally only, that's a shame when you read a book. That's a shame when you use those words to communicate, because speaking is transformative. So is writing. So is artwork. So, being so reductive about a medium in order to create a excuse is, in my opinion, opposite of what I was sold. And to me, that it tracks with the symptom of compartmentalizing your perception of yourself as like when you're online, you want to be perceived this way, but then you speak out of desire to let people in or understand you, but you only have parts of you available, right? Like when I was explaining Chinese, that is what I mean. Like, you can choose to omit or avoid some of the expressions of the writing. That doesn't mean it's limited to the point where you can't use it to express yourself. And saying things like only, cannot, right, good, bad, that is reductive, in my opinion. So before you go and present yourself, right, like I have to be ready for this disclaimer. When I mean share, I mean it's a mutual sharing. Like generosity is bred with generosity. Empathy is a two-body problem, or it's a two-way system. When someone tries to educate me or challenge me and say that I'm not being empathetic, it is very hard to believe that person, that they understand that empathy goes both ways. Someone can empathize, but the receiver can reject it. So you can sit there and keep saying that I don't understand you without explaining anything. That is not onerous on the person who's trying to be empathetic. That's the person who thinks they're empathetic that's not explaining anything. Right? If you keep getting misconceptions and you feel like everyone around you is destructive and they don't understand you, I think it's worth looking inside and seeing what else contributes to that. Not that it's all one person's fault. It's rarely ever one person's fault when it comes to communication. Communication, language learning, writing, language barriers, cultural barriers, both written and spoken. In fact, I again welcome that person. They could decide they could start a mic. I'll talk to them in text form. And maybe it's a way to demonstrate or empathize with whatever they feel is limited. But there's no way, in my opinion, in my mind's eye, that when someone spends most of their comments accusing the other person for being deficient, and then when given the opportunity to explain, they don't, that is not on the person who's trying. It's on the person who's not trying. Empathy is exhausting. It's genuine. It's incredibly rewarding because effort is placed into it. Not when it's avoided, excused, and deflected. So, with that, it sounds like a grim, really a negative statement, but I think it's a reality that's worth keeping in mind, because I do enjoy it. I like spending endless hours talking to someone and trying our best, having arguments and finding agreeability, or maybe even in understanding that we have different lives and different opinions, but we talk about the differences. We don't state it as though it's a great way to avoid talking about it. If you want to guarantee a person to misconceive and misunderstand you, is to not explain any of it at all. So if I had to invest in someone and someone says, oh yeah, you're not listening to me. It's like, okay, can you explain it? And then they say, oh, you know what? It's too much trouble. It's like, well, we're not friends. That's why it's too much trouble, right? So, if I'm not worth your time, then I don't learn anything. And then when I don't learn anything, you have the right to be angry, but I don't have the right to feel sorry for you. Or you don't deserve my pity, or you don't deserve my empathy. It has to be reciprocated. So I can't empathize with you if you don't explain anything, right? And one of the things that happen quite a lot at the end when it comes to impasse or like some very lazy write-off is statements, like irrefutable statements. Like, oh yeah, I'm being empathetic, right? We live different lives. That's the opposite of empathy. Oh, different strokes for different people. That's the opposite of empathy. You might get sympathy from that, sure, right? Like, I'm sympathetic. I'm sorry that you feel that I can't relate to you. Your life must really, really be down in a dumpster to express things that I see as signs of incredible past damage that I can't empathize with. But I can try to comprehend it if you shared. But if you feel like that's off limits, that's perfectly fine. If you word it like, I could explain it, but you're not worth my time, that is not compassion. That is demonstrating you don't care about the person you're talking to, in my opinion. So, wording, phrasing, it's incredibly expressive. But then to exonerate yourself by suggesting that, oh, words are only literal, you shouldn't read between the lines. I can't even imagine what that's like to live in a world where somehow when you're writing, it's inconsequential. But when you speak, it's consequential. In fact, I would like to argue that if we were to be spoken, even more of it will come to light, right? If you think you speak well and you can't write well, and yet writing is what you're more comfortable with, I can't even imagine what it's like speaking to the person. And we're here on a positive note that's what happens. Like that stuff, it's all part of the experience, right? You're gonna have people you disagree with, you're going to have people you agree with. Different cultural barriers, different backgrounds. And the wonderful thing about communicating and sharing moments with each other, both professionally, objective moments, like I just got a bonus from work or something, and then expressing that you're okay with sharing that is information. I feel the moment that someone tells me that they care and they say they care not to explain, that's a hypocritical state of mind, right? It tells me a lot more than one might think. But you can tell me it doesn't mean much, and I'm like, I agree, it doesn't mean much because you don't treat it like it means much, right? And I could only imagine how that behavior and that mindset affects everything else around the person's life. So not only was I not even talking about anyone in particular, I was talking about associated behavior. When someone is apathetic and selfish and narcissistic, oftentimes the environment that they are most comfortable in is working with other people that are possibly selfish, narcissistic, and ambitious, right? That's understanding the realities. I like being around people who are concerned about these things in a team-oriented manner. If you operate much better in a solo manner, it's good that we got it out, right? If you want to educate me, that does involve communication, right? People can't read minds, or at least I don't think people can read minds yet. So that's what I'm here for. You're more than welcome. A big disclaimer. That's what happens from time to time. I'm telling myself that actually. From occasion. It's very difficult, but I'll keep trying to describe what it's like to openly have communication with the people of today, right? In the platforms of today, because parasocial relationships and defensive, selfish internalization makes for very difficult strain on communication skills. And I don't think that comes in both writing forms, speaking forums, artwork, general common interest, problem solving, critical thinking, perspective exchange. All of them comes with interacting with other people. And I would think, here's my last rhetoric, or maybe last volunteer myself. One of the lowest forms, in my opinion, of showing that you care is to portray subtextually in any form of expression that you're not worth their time, or they're not worth your time. And that to me will tell me pretty much what I need to know, right? And sure enough, I do feel that the vast majority of people underestimate how little they care about other people. Because in this world, sometimes it's more efficient that way. Actually, most of the time, it's more efficient to care about your own business, talk about your own things, solve your own problems, right? So hopefully those people out there who I've had the pleasure of meeting, like 3 or 4 people so far, they're healthy, they can solve their own problems, manage and cope with like basic management skills and whatnot, whatever they think is basic, and they live a happy life and continue to thrive in an environment appropriate for them. For myself, I cannot reciprocate that, because to me personally, it is highly improbable to have a working dialogue and discussion or deeper connection with anyone without actually communicating, and not even communicating in a ideal capacity, but putting forth the effort of communicating, not excuses to not communicate. It is what I experienced. Actually, most of the time, I would say, over the 7 years of streaming, that propensity and tendency increased over time. There are plenty of examples to want to excuse yourself from communicating, right? Like IRL is, there's too much information in IRL. I don't hang out with people in IRL, so therefore I'm not going to try to communicate. You're doing something I'm not. You're speaking through a mic and I'm writing, so therefore that's a good excuse not to try anyways. Oh, when we speak, it's like, oh, I'm not in a great feeling of mind, so I don't want to speak today. Those are the convenience. It's excuses of convenience, personally. If that's a rough reality check, those are convenient. Again, the opportunity is there. If someone tells me that they can communicate really well through speaking, then I can do the role reversal. I don't think I'm ever apprehensive in trying to do a role reversal. Switch sides with me, right? Go and start streaming, talking about your things, your artwork, and I'll drop in and we'll do it. I will demonstrate that I don't have a problem. So now you can find the vehicle in which you can express yourself, right? Well, let's educate, let's practice these social experiments. I'm game for that. Otherwise, if you're saying, like, at the end of the day, even given the opportunity, you're like, nah, never mind, like, it's too different, it's a competition. It's like, you made it a competition. I have no reason to want to win. Like, keep stating things as though they're not or is what I'm trying to point out, right? Oh, I'm too shy to communicate. Well, I'm sorry. I guess we're not going to communicate. Oh, your life is really different, so you wouldn't ever understand. Well, then we won't communicate anymore. I didn't say that. Like, You know, that's why I say open, tell me stories. Tell me about your life. Be interested in your life. Whether I understand from the get-go is less than ideal, but I don't think there's a person out there who can ideally ever be on that level. So whenever you open your mouth and type a word, you're like, oh, it has to be the best. It has to be good enough. Good enough according to who? How do you know what you're going to get? Right? If you never practice or you try to minimize your practice, I would argue you probably wouldn't get anywhere in the first place. So I think that, to me, is one of the young things that happen a lot. The internet things. I will bumble through my way through something, but I'm gonna sure as heck show the other person that I'm trying. And if you reject someone that's trying, and then when given the opportunity, you try yourself and you say no, that's a one-way exchange. Someone's trying, someone's not. And that is probably where I want to end. It's a little bit of a negative statement. Let's try to be a little bit more positive. I look forward to anyone who feels that they're a great communicator. They can teach me a lot of things, or maybe they can put me in my place, right? Like get me to sober up, talk about realities, maybe even psychoanalyze me. That's perfectly fine. I would love to hear more about myself through someone else. The last thing I want to say to someone is, oh, you're too different, so I can't understand it. I say that when the other person stops trying. Like, well, you're too different. I can't ever, we're at an impasse because you choose never to educate me anymore, right? If someone gives up, then I'm not going to force my way into it, right? At least that's not my jam, and I'm not here to do that. So, when I don't say we're at an impasse very likely, or, dear me, agree to disagree, or everyone's different, it depends. There are plenty more irrefutable, what do I call them? Like conversation terminating cliches being passed off as wisdom, right? That's what ended most of my conversations with long-standing people, because they kept it professional, non-personal, and then they ended it with cliche termination. Like, oh, okay, well, I guess we can leave now because you clearly don't like the things I like. Like, well, yeah, that's not a surprise. There are things that people like, and there are things that people don't like, and they eventually will find things that they don't like and like mutually exclusively of each other. So stating it doesn't explain most things. Like, oh yeah, you're a different person than I am. No kidding. No kidding. Why not share that? Like, how are you different? Oh, I don't have time to explain that because you're so different from me, you wouldn't understand. Okay. Well then, you removed all shred of doubt or possibility of that. So, not much. You're more than welcome to stop on by, share your thoughts, right? I'll make commentary. We'll share each other's ideas, exchange ups and downs, discuss and explain things, whether it's text or speech, or hey, you can record your audio file or do an essay on yourself and you can link the essay to me. That's perfectly fine too. I would love to hear your stories. Write it in a book. I'm still at shock at someone saying just be aware that text must be viewed literally only. That is so asinine, in my opinion. That triggered me so much. Like, so when are you gonna write your book? And then when I read the text, it's not transformative, apparently, right? I think that's really myopic. That's downplaying the median to make an excuse that someone else is taking advantage of the situation, right? You're making yourself into a victim, and then you're making me the aggressor, despite spending and investing openly. That's going to happen, obviously. So sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Feel free to gamble, right? If you don't want to gamble, that's perfectly all right. As always, the door is there, right? Both coming in and going out. Until then, until next time, stay safe, guys. 大家下次见. I'll see you all next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching and listening. Yeah, be kind to one another. And look forward to our next argument and conflict of interest and whatnot. Until then, see ya. Bye bye.